Jackie, am I good? All right, thank you for waiting. We had a slight delay to make sure that all of our systems were up and running. But I'd like to welcome everybody out to our City Council meeting, work meeting for Wednesday, August 12th, 2020. Currently in the chamber with me is Council Member Jared Henderson. Online, we have Council Member Clint Smith and Stephen Shields participating. Council Member Sherry Orn is currently representing the city at a water board meeting, and so she will most likely be attending and joining us in just a little bit. So we'll begin tonight's business with item 1.1, review of the evening's agenda. Are there any items that we need to review or make adjustments to for tonight? Okay. All right. We will move on to item 1.2, future agenda items. Are there any items that the council members would like to see added to a future agenda? Okay. All right. We will then move on to item 1.3, councilship leadership task list review.
Mayor and council, if you look at your draft agenda we sent out for the 19th, some of the things you've been requesting for future items are already on that list. One is the ponds and landscaping that Councilman Orton brought up. And I can't even see Jackie to help me out with this. What items were on that list? We're going to talk about Unified Fire Service Area again on the 19th. I think there was 2 more items. And I also heard from Councilman Orrin about this last couple of hot weeks that we will be discussing in the near future about updating the council on our information on our water plan. We've had a very hot summer, as everyone knows, and it's been tasking our water department and our water resources. But we'll have an update that coming up probably on the 26th. I think we're trying to target for that date. So, you know, it's on the leadership task list that we've got assigned this week.
Thank you. Any other questions or concerns on this item by members of the council?
One item that I actually meant to add to the list, I just didn't get to it quite yet this week, just for an update. I know that we've got the striping all done on 13400 South. I'm just looking for the completion timeline on that, in particular the no parking there along Solomir, and the signage that's been ordered and needs to go up in that area.
Actually, all the striping has taken place and the signs are up. They've been actually been up for over a week. We're kind of letting that sit for a little bit, and then we'll start educating again. The signs are up probably this week and next week, and then our enforcement side will start approaching those cars and taking away. We've seen from anywhere from 6 to 13 vehicles out on 134. But as far as I know, I've been briefed in my own observance. Everything's in place now.
Well, I guess that shows you how many cars are still parking there, since they've obviously been blocking the signage that I haven't been able to see.
Correct.
Do you know the spacing on the signage they put along there, Brett? Is it going to be, I mean, obviously the enforcement's going to be a huge component of that, but visibility wise, is there, you know, what's the spacing on it? Is there enough there to help keep that message very clearly posted?
I know we stay within the guidelines of the MUTCD standards that we're guided by those signs, so we don't have signage overkill, but not undersign as well. Blake's on the line if you want to key up your mic, Blake, and if you know what the footage is. It seems like we're frequently enough. There's no mistake. You can definitely see one after another along that street, but maybe Blake knows the distance exactly.
No worries.
Yeah. Brett, this is Jonathan just chiming in. They're 100 feet, and you're right, that is a typical spacing.
So how many, what did that equate to? Do you know, Jonathan, just along the frontage of that development there? How many signs that were put in place?
Yeah. If you promise not to quote me, I think it's 6, if I recall correctly.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, any other comments or questions? Okay, we will move on to item 2.1, discussion pertaining to the upcoming hunting season. Justin Edwards.
Hey, Mayor and Council, good evening. So as you know, in the spring, you adopted an ordinance that regulates, it's a discharge ordinance. And so as Jonathan's pulling up a few slides here, so the hunting season starts this Saturday, the archery season. And so we just wanted to kind of update you on what we've done so far and kind of our plans moving through the hunting season. So what we've done is I've reached out to the Division of Wildlife Resources, and based on the comments and discussion we had with them through that ordinance process, they talked about how they would include in their information things pertaining to the Herriman hunt area, and they have done that. They've included 2 questions on what's called the archery hunting extended archery ethics course, which every hunter that plans to do the extended archery hunt has to take that ethics course. And so they've included 2 questions on that ethics course questionnaire pertaining to this area. One in general was pertaining to private property and trespass, and the other one was more related to try and help control some of the issues that were up in the high country area, because we did receive many comments from them. And so it's kind of related to the Yellow Fork hunting area. But as you can see here on the screen, this is a sign that will be placed at multiple locations, most of the trailheads along the hillside, and then other entry points that we know people frequent to enter the mountain for hunting. And so we'll be placing these on Friday since the hunt starts on Saturday. So this just gives them some general information about the discharge ordinance that was adopted. And then it also gives them an idea of the map, and then just some general rules about trail etiquette and those types of things. So this will be placed there, has our contact information and where they can find the ordinance as well. Jonathan, would you mind pulling up the other maps? We can talk in a little more detail there.
I have a quick question for you, Justin. While he's pulling that up, for the signs, are these temporary signs that will just be up for hunting season, or they're going to be permanent signs?
No, they will just be up during the hunting season. We'll put them on some construction barricades or something like that, so they can be removed and put back up, as the hunting season goes on.
I'm just going to pose the question: is it something that we should do as some permanent signage? I know that as my brothers and I look to go hunting in the area that we've drawn out for, we go scouting, all summer long. It might be good to have those signs up earlier so people are aware.
Yeah, and that's definitely an option. We can think about doing that next year. Obviously, the hunting season's upon us now, so we'll make a note to do that. So with the map, you've seen this map. We have made a few modifications since then to try and be a little more clear for the hunters and people accessing. So you can kind of see how it delineates the city boundary. It delineates areas that are owned by the city and basically open to public access. It identifies private property, identifies some trailheads, and then it also identifies areas where there's no hunting, like Camp Williams, or access through the private HOAs there to the west of us. So this is essentially kind of the information. And then also on our website, communications department will have a lot of information posted tomorrow on the website with all of these maps. It'll have the ordinance that was passed. It will have links to the Division of Wildlife Resources websites as far as their rules and regulations go, and then the hunt guidebook, so that they can look and find the rules, has information about this hunt boundary. So we're going to be posting that information tomorrow. on our website. And then once we have that link put up, I'll send it to the Division of Wildlife Resources. I spoke with them today, and he said within a day or two of them getting that, they'll be able to start posting that link on their website so that the hunters that frequent their websites can access this information as well. So, so that's kind of the plan we have now. I spoke with Chief over the last week and again today, and they're planning to have some proactive enforcement there. They have trail patrol up there already, so they'll continue that and to help educate the people, and then also just kind of keep a close eye to make sure they can respond quickly if we have trespass issues and those things. So other than that, if you have any questions, that's kind of all I had.
Any questions by the council? The only request I have is that we get a report after the hunting season on how well it went. Obviously, if there's services we want to allow our residents to participate in, and activities we want to allow them to participate in, and I want to make sure that we handled it appropriately this year and see if we need to make any changes for next year. So once the hunting seasons are over, if we can just get another update on with maybe some of the numbers on how many contacts and issues we ended up having, so that we can make appropriate adjustments for next year.
Sounds great.
Okay. All right, we move on to the next item, item 2.2, Canine Memorial Dog Park discussion. Jonathan.
Alrighty, just a quick sound check. Everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. So this is a follow-up discussion. Jonathan, go ahead and go to the next slide. We did a bid opening back in May 7th, and our low bid came in, as you know, higher than the budget. And so on June 10th, Wendy came to the council and kind of asked for some direction, and maybe some thoughts and discussion. Out of that came some recommendations to reduce costs. So what we did is we took that direction and came to council on June 24th and presented, the adjusted plan with the associated costs with that as well, and then some additional information was also provided just on the heels of that. Next slide, John. And so here's essentially the summary of what we have here, and this really is my final slide. So we'll just kind of get the meat of this here. So, originally the original budget was at about 1.5 million, and you'll notice here that I have the presented information in gray, and then the column that's been highlighted. We noted some mathematical errors in the bids, and we corrected those since that time. It didn't have a lot of bearing on what the final recommended budget would be, and that's mostly because the item that was off was an item that we proposed and to remove out of the project. Anyway, long story short, we were proposing to remove about $380,000 worth of improvements for a final recommended budget for 1.3 million. And again, that was presented on the 7th of July. A few questions at that time were asked with regards to how long would they hold their bid, and that was brought up, and we discussed that a little bit. Contractually, they're obligated to hold that for 30 days, and so obviously we're past that 30-day mark. They have said that they still intend to do their best to hold those prices and honor those prices. They have said that sod and concrete, they do anticipate to go up. But other than that, they anticipate most of those prices should hopefully stay within that mark. But again, we're, the further route from that bid opening price, that we're more at risk with those prices, obviously, because things change over time. Another question was brought up with regards to roadway, and we talked about the potential of keeping that roadway in place as perhaps a means to reduce costs. In talking with the contractor, it sounds like that's probably not the best approach to reduce costs, since as far as efficiency goes, it's really not a good way to save costs, since it sounds like it's going to be a lot easier just to remove that roadway and then put in the trails if necessary. And then the last item here, there was a lot of discussion with regards to potential service project and buy-in as the community as part of this project. And the contractor was actually on board with the idea and liked that idea. Now, what we would have to do is formally put a change order or a change to their scope a little bit to help kind of facilitate that. We want to make sure that they're kind of with us. And they did say for all those items that are completed by the community, a warranty would not be provided by that contractor, and we feel that's fair. And lastly, they don't have a really good feel on that cost, on what if there would be a savings if we did have a community effort there. But and they're hopeful for a savings in cost, but they certainly communicated that it would not be a large savings to the project. So those were the answers I think that I came to. Well, the questions that were brought up in the 7, those are the answers to those questions. Now, at this point, what we're wanting to do is respond formally back to the contractor and kind of let them know direction. The options I think right now are essentially, we proceed with this contractor and enter an agreement with them with that recommended budget for the project. The other option could be that we rebid the project and extend the deadline. We would put that at risk just a little bit. As far as price, you can always try to rebid that at a later time. But anyway, so those are the choices available to you at this point. So anyway, I'm up for any questions.
Jonathan, I just have a quick question on the community part. I'm admittedly a little bit confused on that. In my way of thinking, if we're going to have certain elements done by a volunteer group, I would think those would be removed from the scope of the work from the contractor. And so that would be just an immediate, reduction in cost. Are we saying that you're going to have the general contractor basically oversee the work of the volunteers? I think that would be kind of counterproductive to what we were trying to accomplish.
It's a fair question. I do think to some extent you'll remove some of the labor associated with those materials. So we did have and wanted to make sure we had those. Obviously, the materials would stay. The labor would go away as far as actually installing those components. But that was the intent, and we could talk about that a little bit more when we were talking about that with the contractors. We would have the contractor help facilitate that community event. They would be, let's say, just for sake of discussion, doesn't have to be this, but let's say it's sod, right? The contractor would order that. We'd have to coordinate with them on the time the sod arrives. They would have to be there to kind of help us take it off and get it ready and prepared. And I don't think this would be an added cost to us. I think SNL is the contractor that's the current low bid. They gravitate to these events, and they actually jumped right in. I don't think that they wanted to come with some coolers with some water and kind of jump on in that. But we did originally have intended to have some people there to oversee and to kind of help coordinate, facilitate that effort. Now, it doesn't have to be sod; it could be something different. But anyway, that's kind of what. But they did say that they were hopeful for a cost savings, but they weren't sure right at least at that time that it would be a huge cost savings. So that's where they're at there.
So I guess to follow up again, more at least what I had envisioned is in similar projects like this that I've been somewhat involved in, we identify a particular area that the community is going to raise funds for and do it themselves. So whether it's an area with the bricks with people's names that have donated money, et cetera, and benches, or that area with a certain area of sod that they actually purchase the material, raise the funds, purchase the material, and install it. So it's basically separate from the contractor work. If we're just looking for volunteers for labor, I guess that's different. But at least the people I've talked to in the community that are interested in volunteering, they're looking at donations and getting people together to put something in. Has that been the discussion at all, or just thinking about volunteers?
It was, yeah, in the context of, yeah,
so
absolutely.
Chase and I have been meeting to get that put together and organized. It's just going to take a little bit of time. We do have community members that are interested. Those types of projects would come later on. It would take some time to raise those funds. It would take time to put those things together. So we can either, move forward with the project as it is without the bricks or without certain aspects of the project and come back and do them later. I mean, there's obviously some aspects that we won't come back and do. The splash pad, we won't come back and do that.
I think that makes the most sense. Don't you think, Wendy? That we've got to get the basic park done first. That's what the contractor does. And then if there's certain elements that can be done later, you know, through that kind of process, then great.
Yeah, so I see those types of things as the statues and the bricks,
Right.
like we talked about, or benches, or those types of things. But this number that you're seeing here, Jonathan, please correct me if I'm wrong, is pretty stripped down. We've taken quite a bit out.
Yeah, and to your point, Wendy, it does also take into consideration taking those types of projects out that we could provide at a later time, similar to those items you're discussing.
So just a quick comment here. I think one of the, the concerns I would have with, I definitely like the approach of having certain projects removed and being able to come back and facilitate them later with the help of either, like you say, donations or donated labor, those types of things. For the overall project, I think one of the concerns I would have really comes down to bullet point 3 that you have there, and that is obviously that if any of those items are completed in the basic project, then we run into some issues on warranty. And I guess my question is how problematic could that potentially become again if we allow some of those things in the middle of the baseline project to happen and poke holes basically in the overall warranty for the project, versus obviously going with the budgeted amount we see in front of us, getting that baseline project done and in place with all the warranties in place, and then coming back and doing those specialized few projects, the statues, the bricks, those types of things after the fact. Because again, generally speaking, these types of projects, there's always some follow-up warranty work that has to be done on them, whether it's cement that doesn't that either starts to spall or crack, or and those types of things. And I don't want to jeopardize the overall project for the sake of a few dollars. We need the basics in place right up front. So I guess that's my question is where's the concern lie with you on, again, the way it's been spelled out there on the warranty items?
And so maybe the best way to respond to that, Clint, might be might want to be strategic on those items that we do improvements on. Anything that would have some level of skill or whatnot, or professional level of skill that would, typically otherwise be covered by the contractor. That might be something we may not propose as an idea as a service project, if it will, for these items that are in the base skeleton warranty, or contract. But if we did something like concrete, if it were concrete, I would keep that with the contractor. Something like sod or something lower risk, I think that would have a lower risk as well with an issue with the warranty, right? Because I think our Parks Department is on standby, ready to get this watered. It's less about, how well the sod was done, perhaps, but more about making sure it's watered. And I think our Parks Department's on standby for something like that. So we would just need to be strategic with the improvements we decide that we have the community do. And always, again, to Jared's point, those items that are, we add to the project afterward would have really no bearing on the warranty, at least, because it wouldn't be provided by this contractor anyway.
Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate that.
So for the numbers that we're seeing, we're saying that the project stripped down to kind of get it open with the idea of doing those things later is basically the 1.2.
That's correct. Yep. And so, yes, and then we add in with the project contingency of 10%, we would recommend that budget for 1.3. So you are correct, though. You strip it down to the 1.2. Yep.
Steve, any thoughts?
Yeah, just my understanding is the reason why the budget's a little bit higher than we originally planned for when this was first discussed is just material costs, labor costs are just higher now than they were when the project was originally designed. There's not much we can do about that. It's just the economics of the times we're living in. As far as the scope of it, the things that we took out aren't necessarily the most expensive items in here. The most expensive items are the sprinkler systems and the sod and the landscaping, and I mean that just costs a fortune. So if this budget of 1.2 million, I'm assuming, is just basically fence, landscaping, the basics, some path that, you know, concrete path that was in there, those kind of things, and doesn't have a lot of the other amenities that we had hoped for, but there still might be an opportunity to add many of those minus the splash pad. Am I correct in those things? Okay.
Yeah.
So for what it's worth, at this point, I'm very much in support of this. I hate spending a ton of money, but that's what the parks money is for. That's why it's raised. That's how it's collected. It needs to be put into parks and recreation activities. I think this is an amenity that will serve a good percentage of the members of our community. And I think it's going to be a beautiful addition to the community. So for what it's worth, I would support us moving forward at the 1.198 bid and get it going.
I'm supportive as well.
Jared?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm in agreement with the rest of the council as well, that with the proposal in front of us, that we move forward with what we have and then work with our community to see what we can do about enhancing the park in the future as best we can.
Mayor, can I make a clarifying comment quickly?
Sure.
Just for any residents that might be watching. I just want to be clear that this is park impact fee money. It can't be used for any other projects in the city. It has to be used for new parks. So it's not taking away from the streets department or the water department or anywhere else. It's strictly for building new parks.
And you said this was impact fees, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so for the residents to be aware, that's money that is collected when somebody purchases a new home, and is collected specifically for this type of a project. And so this is what it's for. When they build
New construction.
Purchase new construction. So thank you, Jackie. I appreciate the clarification.
Building permit.
So, all right, so it sounds like we've given you direction on that one, so we will go ahead and move on to item 2.3, Secret Canyon Circle discussion. Wendy Thomas and our police chief, Chief Carr.
All right, Chief Carr is going to start us off with this. He has the history and has been visiting with the residents quite extensively, so I'll let him take it away.
Thanks, Wendy. Hello, Mayor and Council. For some time, we have had issues up at Secret Canyon with all manner of violations of the law, mostly vandalism. But recently we've had fireworks and street racing up there, which is, excuse me, causing quite a concern. Councilman Shields and I have been interacting with some folks up there and talking to them about how to best to solve it. We have had some enforcement action up there over the last several months that's been heavier than normal, with kids going up there and, you know, like I said, committing vandalism, breaking lights, busting bottles, like, you know, just basically being disorderly and destructive, and then racing through the neighborhoods. So in dealing with the problem, we determined that yes, enforcement is a key piece to that, and we can in fact do that. However, it comes at a great expense, and as soon as the police leave, the problem returns. So Wendy and I have been working on some engineering solutions and other ideas that she'll get to here momentarily. But currently what we have in place, and I'm sure you've seen it up there, we have a police officer stationed up there for about 6 hours a day, or rather in the evening and well into the night and early morning. The problem has all but disappeared. We have received great comments from the public that it's working. The problem is sustainability, right? We can't have an officer up there all the time. So in coordination and concert with all of those in the neighborhood, Wendy's group and my group, we're trying to come up with kind of a multidisciplinary both response and hopefully some type of permanent solution to the problem. Although we know that we'll have to mop it up on occasion. But right now it is in hand and under control. Wendy, do you want to talk about the engineering piece?
Sure. John, can you zoom in just a little bit on this circle itself? I don't know if you can or can't. Let me know so we don't wait.
Yeah, go down just a little bit, John. There you go.
Okay, for some reason it's not. Oh, there we go. I have slow internet. And can you, yeah, maybe, okay, perfect. There we go. Behind everybody else. Okay. So there is currently a home being built on the circle on the east side. You can see that lot layout there. There's a home under construction there right now. We have at the end of this circle, for those of you that haven't been up there, we have a water tank that is just south of this circle and a road for our water employees to get up there to check the tanks. There's also on the lot that's on the west side, we have a repeater station for that tank. So right on the property line of that west lot, we have a little fenced in area that's repeatedly vandalized. That has our repeater station in it for that tank. So what we have talked about, the street light that's on the end of the circle is always broken out. They tear it down, they throw things at it. The last globe that Adam and Zach put up was supposedly bulletproof, and they took that out within a matter of days, throwing rocks at it, shooting it out, etc. So our proposal, and we've decided to move forward with this, is to put a taller street light. We're looking at installing a 40-foot tall street light with a Cobra head. We'll have 2 lights on it. It will be harder for them to throw rocks at it. We still have concerns with it getting vandalized, but we're going to try this and see if this will work. We feel like lighting up the circle will help with the problem. So that is on order, and it will take about a month to get all the parts in for that and to get it installed. Some other things that we are considering are cameras, and that could get really costly depending on internet access and servers and those types of things. Alan gave me a rough estimate from $1,500 to $10,000, just depending on all the different factors for cameras in that area. We might be able to mount a camera on the repeater station, but we're not 100% sure that will work, or that will even be able to see any cars or license plates. More signage. So we'll put signs up that there's cameras and encourage people to move around. We talked about moving the water tank access gate closer to the circle. It's currently about, I want to say 30 yards from that circle. The estimate on that is about $500 to relocate the gate, and probably a couple of thousand for boulders to place around the gate to prohibit access around the gate. Some other solutions that we've come up with is expanding the parking program that we have at Black Ridge Reservoir, which is just to the north of Secret Canyon Circle. The hours would be different, but the concept remains the same. Black Ridge is from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. This would obviously have to be the reverse of that. So, because we tend to have the problems at night. So we're just open to other solutions, and Chief Carr really had a lot of the conversations with the residents and with Representative Notwell. So if they had other solutions that we're not considering, please let me know.
Most of those, Wendy, are exactly what we've been talking about. We were trying to coordinate a meeting both with the residents and city staff to go up and actually meet at the location. And for those that can join us, hopefully they could come in via GoToMeeting. But yes, most of the residents, well, they would like a police car up there all the time, and we just know that isn't possible. Their first request was to pay for an off-duty officer to go up there. And we all felt that kind of wasn't the best answer because, well, you know, they already pay for a police officer. So we're certainly giving them a little bit of extra attention right now. We see that the enforcement issue really is if, as a citizen, you want to drive up there and park, you can, right? And having the law enforcement show up doesn't really give us a right to even really interact with them, and because they're not violating a law necessarily if they're just parked. And I wish that my cursor could work, Jonathan. I guess there's no way for them to see my cursor. But there are nights that Marcus has been out. He's been leading the project from the police side. There have been nights that there have been cars parked diagonally against the curb all the way down to that first intersection. and all the way up through the circle and on that little access road. We hear, though we've never seen the street racing, but we get reports that they race down through the neighborhood, turn around and come back up. And then depending on who wins, they go again. Recently, one of them crashed into a curb and broke a tree. However, the street racing has all but disappeared. Most recently, we've had the officer that's stationed up there keep on the overhead so they know they're there. And we'll continue to do that until we have some other solutions in place that are effective. But we also have been driving that neighborhood with the cruise lights on and been receiving great comments about that. So the parking, allowing us to enforce some parking up there, I think would help greatly.
So I guess that's our question to council. Do you want us to pursue a parking permit program or prohibited parking in this area? What are your thoughts? Maybe Councilmember Shields, you've been involved in some of those discussions.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of trying to selectively apply ordinances to certain areas of the city. You know, I don't like just coming up with a specific new law for just one street or something like that. But this has become more than a public nuisance. I think there's a public safety issue with the racing cars. Obviously, we've already had a crash into some property and things like that. In speaking with a couple of the neighbors up there, they did propose some other ideas, like Chief Carr said. I don't think any of those are very fair to them, and I think that they've already contributed resources that should allow them to have some enforcement up there. All of that being said, I do think that limiting on-street parking up there would probably be the best solution and empower our police force to be able to go up and just keep people from loitering up there. Without that, they simply just don't have any tools to be able to ask the teenagers to move from the area. And I think that as much as we'd like to have access to the hills, I think there's other places that are more appropriate. There'll be some trailheads and other things where there might be opportunities for the kids to congregate and go up in the hills. That's kind of what they're for. But nighttime congregations, after hours, and racing down the hill just really aren't appropriate activities. I think we need to empower our police officers with some kind of tool up there. I'm open to other suggestions, but a no parking on the street ordinance, I think, is probably the least impactful, but effective in limiting what's going on up here. Chief, you could speak to whether or not that would be useful for you guys or not.
Yeah, and to speak to your earlier point, I do believe that this area has probably been unfairly impacted, mostly because of geographical location by, well, quite frankly, kids that are bored, right? We have this COVID issue. The kids right now really don't have a place to be or things to do. So they're congregating in areas like this. We've seen kids from as far away as West Valley, even up onto the east side, Mill Creek and Holiday area down here. It's mostly through social media that the kids have been coming out here. So I do think that that would give us a tool to engage in that. Right now, like I said, what we're doing is visibility. It's not so fun to go up there and watch the lights when the police are sitting there with their overheads on. But again, we're pouring a lot of resources into this that if we were to prohibit some on-street parking there would allow us to spot check that and in my opinion, probably get to the point we want to be at with much less resource.
A quick question. Mentioned that there's a home being built, you know, on the end lot there. Where are they at in that building process, time frame to complete that? Because obviously, I think one of the main things that's going to take this issue away is just development in the area. It's, you know, like you say, it's the end. There's no one up there right now, so it becomes really, you know, that as it's appropriately named, that secret place to kind of hide out of visibility. But what's the timing on that? To that at least home that's under construction.
The home that's under construction has foundation board. That's the last time I was up there, which was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So it's just getting started. I'm hopeful that the contractor on that house will install some security cameras, because if they don't, they could run into some vandalism problems there too.
I'm of the other options that have been discussed. I do think that attempting to put a street light that's higher or more difficult for them to take out with rocks is certainly a good avenue to pursue. I also am supportive of moving the gate for our access there to the end of the circle. I think the more that we can kind of clamp that area down and limit that space that they have, especially off of asphalt, will be productive. And beyond that, I think, again, in the short term, some type of a parking permit or after hours parking that's limited up there that, again, allows our officers to do the spot checking and have an enforcement avenue to engage those folks up there, rather than obviously just leaving a car sitting there with their overheads on. Obviously, that costs money. It's not a great utilization of the resource overall. So I would support looking into that option to help at least start to giving avenues for us to do some enforcement up there and engage those folks. And again, I think that obviously it's probably going to take some time, but continued development in the area as that area fills in is going to decrease. Obviously, the desire for those to be able to go up and hang out there out of view of other people.
Wendy, I'm being told that the basement is up and framed now. So it's a big house, so it's going to take a while for it to get, and even when that house is built, I don't know that the problem would disappear completely, because there's other lots that provide some benefit to those that want to go up there and look over the valley, but I think it will help.
I just got a couple quick questions just so that I can make sure we're making a good decision. How long has this been going on? Is this a one summer thing? Has this been going on for years? What are we looking at? Is this just it started at the beginning of this summer and we're trying to address it?
No, this has been going on for quite some time. I will say in the past years, as I drive up there throughout the course of the year, you would see the light that Wendy references in different states of disrepair, I guess. They would go up and put the top back on and it would get broken off and be hanging over. However, the racing and just the amount of people that are up there is increased this year. I guess that's the best answer I can give you. There's always been people that have gone up there, but it certainly has been at a greater amount this year.
Okay. So from my opinion, as far as protecting city resources, yeah, let's go ahead and get that gate moved and the landscaping modified appropriately to make sure that we're protecting the resources that we provide to our residents. I'm also want to confirm how far exactly would this parking program go to? Would it just
You
go to
want to
this
zoom back out, John? Okay, there we go. So that the street that's in red there, that is a private HOA.
Mm-hmm.
You could do Secret Canyon Circle and just down Bugle Ridge. Are they going down Hunt Harder or are they going down Bugle Ridge, Chief?
You muted yourself, Chief.
Would be helpful. You think that I would be better at this by now, but just embarrassingly so I'm not. Depending, we get reports that they go all the way out of the neighborhood for the racing, but when we're talking about the parking itself, that typically is handled from that first intersection, or that typically is occurring from that first intersection up. So when we're talking about just no parking area, that would certainly be where we would need it. The no parking isn't of much help when they're racing down. We have laws that we can enact for that.
So we're looking
Okay,
at.
so probably that circle.
Sorry, yeah. So we're looking basically from the end of Secret Canyon down to the intersection of Hunt Harder and Bugle Ridge. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those three, it looks like three residents that live there now, they're all on board with this particular request?
Yes, they've told us that it isn't an issue. And as this develops, we may be able to revisit that and not have that requirement there.
Well, and I see this as a temporary solution. Once, I agree with Councilman Smith that once development happens, that a lot of this will go away. I just want to make sure that we're not hearing from one resident and, you know, which is 33% of the people up there, and 66 disagree with the situation. So I just want to confirm that they're all on the same page with that.
Yeah, Marcus reports that they're all on the same page as to try and get this resolved. And for the most part, the houses that are up there have significant parking resources away from the street.
So as long as, I'd ask that we, go ahead, Steve.
Sorry, I just want to add one comment to that. Senator Notwell has also spoken to the fact that in discussing with many of his neighbors there, that they've all expressed the same solidarity there. So there's at least there's another source backing that claim as well.
And I absolutely believe that there's the issue. That doesn't concern me at all. I just want to make sure that we're not, you know, that we're coming at this as a group and not as individuals, you know, and making sure that we're all working together. In my opinion, I don't have any problem with doing a temporary, which temporary is a very open term. You know, it might end up being a couple of years until development is complete, but a temporary parking program that would end once development has been completed in that area, and allowing that enforcement to happen through our police department. I think it's far more effective than just having a officer up there. One of the things that does concern me was there was a brief comment that they're shooting out the lights. Are we concerned that there's firearm discharges up there?
Completely
So
speculation on my,
Probably
Sorry,
talking
Wendy.
about a pellet
go
gun.
ahead.
I have not received any reports of shooting, though as we've gone up there and looked at it over the last few years, at times, and it's been broken many times, at times it looks like some of it may have been some projectile that hit it other than just a rock being thrown.
Okay. But we don't have any real reports of an actual
No.
firearm being used. It's, you know, possibly like maybe suggested by Council Member Henderson, maybe a pellet gun or something else like that.
Correct.
Okay, because
Correct.
my concern there is obviously if we have somebody discharging firearms, that takes it a whole different level, in my opinion. So, no, so yeah, with those questions and I would just request that we make sure that we reach out and confirm with those three homeowners that they don't have any concerns with our plan once we've got something together. But I'm supportive of a temporary parking program until that development is completed in that area.
And I just have two quick questions. So I just want to clarify. So the idea is to put really just a handful of no parking signs there so that if someone's parking there, we have the ability to enforce, right? Because right now it's just a public road. They can park there. That's not against the law, right?
That's correct.
So the idea is just to put a handful of signs up at a cost of what, Brett? For a sign, $100 or something, right? For the sign and installation, and it should be only a handful of them there? Are we talking, I mean, so it's impact to the budget, it's temporary. If it's for a relatively small number and we're not talking a big cost and it just gives us the teeth to enforce something, fantastic, but I definitely don't want it to grow into this huge parking program for the whole rest of the neighborhood, because now they start complaining and now we're talking $100,000 like we did with the reservoir. So.
Yeah, Wendy, I don't
We can-
think in terms of linear feet, we would need more than maybe 6 or 8 signs, you think, on each? I mean, considering we would have to do both sides.
Yes, and we can bring this back to you. I think we can probably get something together in time for next week's meeting. So
It's
we can
fairly-
add that to the agenda if that's something.
If it's fairly nominal, I'm not like that concerned. I just don't want it to I don't want it to grow
Right.
legs to where the people on the next street over are like, hey, we want that, and we just keep throwing signs up and spending more money.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of people in my neighborhood would love to have no parking signs in front of their houses, so.
Right.
Being that this is specifically a safety issue, being that it's that we're trying to protect city property, that's my biggest concern, is that we're trying to protect city property. I think that we can give you direction to go ahead and move forward. We would ask that at your discretion, if you think that this is more than just a nominal cost, that you bring that back to us. If it's just a few signs, and we'll leave that to your discretion, if you would please, feel free to move forward with it once you've reached out to those residents and confirmed with all of them.
Do you want a report back next week? Or are we good to?
I think as long
Just move
as you have addressed those issues that we've brought up, I think you're fine to move forward. Any other questions or concerns for the council members?
I would just like a report of when it's completed, when it's enacted, so that we can start monitoring how that's going. Perhaps we could put it on the agenda in the future to have some kind of updated reports on that.
Okay. Chase, we'll need an ordinance for that though, right?
For the signs?
For the parking program, or can we just put up no parking signs without an ordinance?
If we put up no parking signs, we can do that under our current ordinances and enforce those,
Okay.
with just the sign. If we were to do a permit program, no, we would need to change the ordinance.
Okay.
Parking signs it is. No parking signs it is.
I'm not doing that.
I would hesitate to create another ordinance for a parking program. I'm more than happy to say, let's go with no parking signs. And once again, that's, I think, why it's important that we reach out to those residents, because that is going to affect, them directly. So as long as we've confirmed that with them, I think we're fine to just do no parking signs.
Okay, and we'll coordinate a meeting, if you can give us just maybe a month or so to both coordinate a meeting and meet with those people in that area, but also come back with some results once we've been able to get some things in place to report back.
And also, as we're looking at this, it sounds like we've probably addressed the majority of the issue. So, start looking at how we can reallocate that officer to appropriate assignments, while at the same time making sure we don't let this get back out of control.
Indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We will move on to item 2.4, discussion pertaining to the Economic Development Director vacancy. Tammy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As you know, we have had a vacancy in our Economic Development Director position for some time now. And as we have been evaluating that vacancy, I thought that it would be good to bring this to Council tonight so that we could kind of cover some of the steps that we've taken thus far and examine the financial outlook of this position, and then maybe discuss our options moving forward. So on October 4th, 2019, we posted for an Economic Development Director position, and collectively on December 5th, we interviewed 3 high-level individuals for the position. On December 19th, we conducted second interviews with 2 of those individuals, but the consensus following those interviews was to repost the position and consider our other options. So over the last 9 months, we have received 226 applications. 165 of those applications met the minimum requirements, but less than 5% of that number are considered to be strong candidates. No one has received 5 stars on a scale of 1 to 5. We have 7 of those applicants that have received 4 stars, and 20 that have received 3 stars. So that means that the majority of applicants are very low on the qualifiers. So in January, 4 recruiting firms were interviewed, And this was in efforts to assist the city in finding the best candidate for this position. The 4 firms were presented to council for feedback on January 22nd, and we narrowed it down to 2 firms for interviews. Second interviews were set up with the firms on February 5th, and there were council members sitting on the panel. The recruitment firms that route did not work well for us at that time, so we have continued just to leave that position open. I do want to note it's important that we take a look and consider the developable property that Herriman has available for economic development. And John, I just sent you a map that if you can just pull it up, and we can kind of show what property is unrepresented, which means Herriman could assist in the economic development in those portions, and then which properties are already represented. So if you look at this map, all of the purple is already represented. So that would be with brokers such as Colliers, Wasatch, John Gust, and then all of those red properties, those are unrepresented. So a lot of those we've been working with the landowners, but some of those properties still would have to go up for sale before Herriman could assist with any economic development on those. And I believe in your staff report, it noted that it was less than 10% is unrepresented, but we did locate a couple of very small parcels, and once combined, it actually takes it up to 14% that is unrepresented. So I did want to make that correction. Alan has been running some numbers regarding this position and the development that would be needed in order for this position to be financially viable. And so I would like to turn the time over to Alan so that he could review those calculations, if that's okay.
This is very quick. The numbers don't really go too far with this, but we budgeted this position at $150,000 salary with $63,706 of fringe benefits. With those numbers, it would take $42 million of annual new sales to cover the cost of this position. That's just barely short of a super Walmart. If we have to give any incentives to bring someone in at that level, this number would go even higher. If we gave 50% sales tax, which has not been uncommon in what we've offered, we'd be over $60 million. So it would take just to cover this person's salary. So I guess as I look at it, I wonder if there's enough property left to justify this as a full-time position. You see the numbers there. You can see that this position alone would take $42 million of new local sales tax that's not committed as an incentive to cover the position. The second column shows what the sales would take to cover the salaries of everyone, the director plus the people we already have working in economic development. We have, our economic development manager with Heather, and we've got Sandra working in that department. And then we've got, if we had the economic development director, those are the kind of numbers we need to have to cover the positions that we're talking about. The bottom number, 295 million, that is the current local sales tax for everything in the city. That's the taxable sales for everyone in the city. So just adding this position with no incentives. We got a super Walmart or something like that to come in without incentives. It would take something 20% of the size of everything we have right now to cover this salary. So that's what I have to share. If you've got questions, I'll see if I can answer them, but it's pretty straightforward.
And I think council is aware that we have currently been working with Bonneville on our Herriman Economic Development Strategic Plan. And that has really provided some great insight as to the unique needs of Herriman. It's also demonstrated the potential for economic development in our city, as well as those specific needs that we have. So the findings from the meetings that we have been having with the Strategic Planning Committee will be presented to the City Council during our last meeting in August. But going through this process has increased the thought of using a consultant to assist us in our current needs. Consultants can dig through dynamic market uncertainties. They can deliver an analysis grounded in extensive research, and they have teams that can assist them through this. They often bring a wider selection of opportunities based on their contacts, and they also incorporate the input from the city staff as well as the community. So the cost of a consultant can be structured to fit the city's needs, whereas if we have a full-time economic development director, we don't have that flexibility. Based off of the land that is not, that Herriman City has some, it has the ability to work with. I'm just not sure if that is enough to really make this position viable at this time. I think in the future, we would obviously have kind of a redevelopment, and maybe at that time, this position might be considered. And obviously, this is just staff making a recommendation that maybe a consultant would work best on this. But I think it's, we want to know what your questions are and how you would like to see the department proceed.
So I have a quick question. I appreciate the numbers that Alan threw together just to help provide that comparison. The question I have to that is not being completely familiar with the economic development world, but is measuring in this manner, how much tax revenue you would have to help cover an economic based position. Is that kind of a standard practice that's out there as people look at that cost benefit analysis or whatever it is that, that they do? Is this kind of a general way that they look at is a position like this feasible or not?
It is a common way to look at it, but, so much of what you do in city government, you choose to pay for part of it or all of it or some of it in an effort to make things move forward. So that would be part of your decision is it valuable beyond what the city would get to do an economic development director. But yes, this is one of the few governmental positions that you try to make sure that you get a return on what you're paying. This is one that directly is related to a result. That's the whole thing. So.
Okay, thank you.
I do think it's important to note too that, we do have an economic development department right now that has an economic development manager and staff that are all working on our current projects. They've been doing an excellent job at trying to work through the auto mall and some of the other developments that we have moving forward. And so that's something to consider as you decide if you would like us to continue to go down the road looking for somebody to fill this vacancy, or if you would like us to consider working with a consultant on these areas that we still have available.
If I can, just another, quick comment, and then I'll be quiet, let the rest of the council chime in. But obviously, having sat on the economic development strategic work group, over the past, month and a half, as we've gone through it and looked at this stuff, it really has been pretty enlightening and eye-opening to see some of the information that's came out of that, some of the other experts in the field that we have pulled in to help participate in that group. To hear their input along these lines. And obviously the other component of that for me right now is the changing landscape that we're seeing as a result of, we were starting to see the landscape change prior to COVID, and it has definitely accelerated that, I think, beyond where any of us really thought we'd be at this point. Again, as we saw that shift, happening from the larger brick and mortar to more e-commerce and online and those types of things. And again, given the current status that we're in, where people are very, I think, very cautious and very slow to return to brick and mortar. And I'm sure Alan could probably, validate that with some of the tax numbers that we're seeing and where they're being generated as a result of the e-commerce move as of late during our COVID pandemic. For me, again, that gives me pause. Again, all of that coupled together gives me pause to, is that what is in the best interest in the city right now, is to continue to move forward, to have this position. There's no doubt that, having somebody with that level of expertise, there's value to it. But again, this is really one of those positions, as Alan pointed out, that you can really do a cost benefit analysis on it. And there is usually some measurables. And to your point, Tammy, what I wanted to close with is that we have some great people doing some great things in the city already right now. So to me, again, being part of the committee that over the past little while, the option of at least exploring a consultant is intriguing to me, to be able to, again, control the parameters of that for maybe specific areas, specific type businesses that we're working on. And again, without taking on that full long-term burden, at least in the short term right now, until we really see how the remainder of COVID and a few of these other things play out. So I'll be quiet now. Alan, I saw you turned your camera back on, so I'm guessing you had something to add.
I was just going to make point to what you said there. This last month, and this was a new phenomenon, but Amazon paid more sales tax to the city of Herriman last month than anyone else. They were 40% higher than Smith's.
Wow.
What we collected last month, Amazon was 40-something% above Smith's, and was our very largest sales tax contributor last month. And this has been growing since March to where we're moving in that direction. But yeah, we've seen, at least during this pandemic time, a major shift in that. Smith's, for as long as I've been watching it, has been by far our biggest.
Wow, that's I suspected that, but having you validate that, especially at that level, is actually a little surprising to me. But I do know that of that 40% that you spoke of Amazon, I'm guessing about 36 to 37% of that probably was delivered at my household. So I definitely am feeling the pain.
Yeah, I saw that. I was tracking the address.
Steve, any comments?
Yeah, two things. First thing is I've been very supportive of this idea of finding a person or something to spearhead our economic development as a community. It's clear this is kind of the missing piece to our future economic viability as a community. Stabilizing future budgets is really going to be contingent upon us building out what's left in terms of viable economic activity generating retail sales revenue. But as we just heard, there's at least current isolated anecdotal evidence suggesting consumer purchasing behaviors are changing. The big box retail stores maybe just aren't going to be part of our future anymore. And the services and restaurants and things that we've kind of had in our community for a while may just be part of a successful economic model in the future. I don't know that we can really make firm decisions one way or the other, but I think it's an interesting point of consideration as to whether or not the economic models of established cities are going to work for them in the future. And whether or not that should impact how we build out the future of Herriman. I think we need to start asking at least some of those questions, and having qualified consultants like Bonneville and other people coming in would be helpful for that. Second point is, this really is, as Alan pointed out, a specific position that we can create a cost-benefit analysis for, and understanding the impact that we would need to generate from that person's salary. I'm just not sure that it pays for itself. On the other hand, I think if we're clear about ideas or specific projects that we'd like to see in the city, that we have landowners that are interested in creating or providing those types of things, and or creating city amenities that would facilitate those types of things, then bringing in a specific consultant for a specific job at a specific time does make a lot of sense to me. And I also think that it allows us to use this money more strategically on an isolated project rather than trying to spread it out for a full-time position over a lot of different things, if that makes sense. We could spend $20 or $30 or $50,000 on a specific project rather than $213,000 on all the projects, if that makes sense. The final thought I have is, I think that the existing staff that we have around economic development has done a pretty good job. I've seen a lot of cool things happening right now. We just opened Winco. We just opened Redemption Bar and Grill. I know that there's a new restaurant being planned up near the Auto Mall. We've seen a lot of good things happening. The Shop Around Herriman program is really boosting some things around here. We've seen that be really successful. I just think that we are in a place right now where the economic development director as a full-time position just probably doesn't make sense. And for what it's worth, I'm really appreciative of staff doing an analysis, coming forward, making a recommendation to the council, having an opinion about it. I just got to speak to the fact that I think that is well done. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for bringing that to the council's attention. So bravo. That's my thoughts.
Thank you. I do want to note too that, I mean, there is opportunity that this may change in the future. If we annex any additional property into Herriman, that may change based off of how that property is zoned and how the council decides to move forward with that. But at this time, based on the current needs and status of the city, that is why city staff thought that it was important to bring this matter to council and see if it was worth additional discussion.
I'd just like to note that we have been joined by Councilmember Orn, so she has joined us digitally as well. I think Councilman Henderson has a few comments to make.
I've got a ton to say on this one, but it is 7 o'clock or very near to that. Do we want to continue this or finish this discussion?
Say let's finish this discussion and then we'll go into our general meeting.
So I would agree with the plaudits and appreciation, everything that's been done. I'd also agree with the notion that we don't necessarily need a person in this position. I think I've been beating the drum of we can do it this way, a consultant. I think we looked at the recruiting firm. If we want to do this, the recruiting firm, but a consultant is really what we need for an economic plan. I think sometimes, often, we get too focused on the micro part of this and looking at the retail sales. That's one minute part of the global economic picture of the city. I mean, ultimately, that's one of the end results we want to see, but it's only one. And it's not our job to be brokers. That 119 acres, that's not our land, that's somebody else's land. They're going to employ a broker to move it. What we need to be looking at is the global economic picture, what our resources are to bring people here to spend their money and go home for their services. Right? Most other cities, even developed cities that have economic development directors, it's not a matter of looking at the retail sales from the grocery store. It's what can we do to increase, to use our other resources, say parks, recreation, et cetera, to bring people here to spend their money, et cetera. Just talk to the Utah Tourism Board, Salt Lake City, Park City. I know even other cities right around us have someone in those positions to look at bringing events and things that stoke other areas of the economic picture. So it's not just about retail sales. Economics, I'm going to read you like the definition that's on almost every, if you just type in definition of economics, it's the social science concerned with the production, distribution, and consumption of goods and services, right? That's what economics is. It's not retail sales in our strip mall, right? When I look at the tax burden and taxes, it's not just sales tax, it's franchise tax, it's property tax. True, this Herriman City itself doesn't collect much in property taxes. That's not our goal. In fact, the small amount of our budget that's there we want to get rid of. But in order to do that, we have to have property tax from other areas. If you look at your property tax bill, and I know I've said this, gosh, every time we talk about this for the last 5 years, but we need to broaden our scope as we're thinking about this discussion. It's not just about we're not the brokers. It's not about moving that piece of land. Somebody's going to do that. We need to look at what our resources are to make those things inviting to the right users and balance the land use. Right now we have primarily one land use, and that's housing, right? We need to balance that with employment centers, recreation, yes, some retail options, but those are more in the line of services. Going back to the points made about the changing nature of actual retail sales. There's so many other aspects to that. But if you add up the numbers, just for me as a tax-paying resident, when I look at my property tax, right, half of that goes to the school district. Well, if we have some employment centers, they're not retail related, but manufacturing or something out to the west, Bullfrog Spas, et cetera, they're paying those property taxes, which then helps offset the tax that I pay personally to the school district. The other half is fire department, police, and county. Right? Those aren't directly Herriman City, but the decisions we make in our economic development affect all of those taxes that our residents pay. And we can't ignore that. That's part of this, and that's where a consultant, as Tammy mentioned, can look at the global picture and say, look, you have these resources that you can use, and this is how they can work with each other. But what I'm concerned about, and I know I'm a broken record, is in the general meeting that we're going to move to and talk about those general plans. Those things are what drive the end result, what users want to be where, what traffic flows in what direction at what time, right? Do we have trailheads in the right places with the right connectivity to arteries to take people who are recreating to those commercial locations? Do we have people who are working in the city staying here and spending their money here versus someone like me who has to commute to go every single day to go see my clients, to go to my office? And you know what? It's just where I live on the north side of town, I'm not driving by any grocery stores that are in Herriman. I spend most of my grocery money in our neighboring cities because it's more convenient. That's where it takes me, right, in my daily business. Whether it's taking my kids to sports at night and stopping on the way home, same thing. There's nothing on the way in Herriman for me, right? So that's the analysis that we need to do. We don't necessarily need to pay somebody a bunch of money to do that. If we find someone who has those qualifications, who can do that and do other things for the city and morph that once we're built out into that, I don't want to say tourism director, but really someone who can look at using those resources to bring dollars into the city, great. But unless you find that person, and it is a need on the haystack, that's why you use a headhunting firm to do it. And if that's not working out, we need a plan. The other plans we're going to talk about tonight are it, right? We just simply haven't sewed those together from an economic perspective. How do they work together, and how does the city benefit from it? When we look at those plans tonight, they're all costs, right? Those are all services we're going to pay for, which means our residents are going to pay for. And if they're not knit together in the right way to support each other and draw money in, then we're just going to be increasing our property taxes to pay for those services. So I could go on and on and on about into some of the details, but we need that consultant. I had several good conversations with Bob Springmeyer, and unfortunately, told some of you about some personal situations this last couple of months, I had to miss those two conference calls. But we had this discussion, and he wholeheartedly agreed, and I hope that we can take that in that direction. But we need to be looking at it from a more global perspective, and how do we use our resources to bring money in, right? It's not about the grocery store and moving that piece of land. We're not the brokers. We have to quit thinking like that. Yep, we have good people who can work with those people, but that's not what this is. I'll leave it at that for now.
Sherry, I know you came in partway into the discussion. Do you have any questions, concerns, or comments?
No, I would say ditto to kind of what I heard. My goal on this economic development director was absolutely not to hire a broker to assign, to go out and hunt for retail locations to come here. It was to help develop exactly an economic plan so that we're looking at all aspects of our city and finding out where our wealth is all through the city, and making sure that the things, our assets in the city, are working for us, so that we are capitalizing on the benefits in our city, like on our mountains, our trails, all those types of things. How does that play into all of our economic development?
And I think you guys will really be pleased with the presentation that Bonneville will give you at the end of this month, because it really aligns a lot with what you're saying, with kind of combining those resources and creating kind of a destination for people to come for something unique or some sort of experience that ties in with our city as a whole. So I'm looking forward to when they give that presentation to you at the end of the month. I think that you will see that it aligns a lot with what you're saying.
Yeah, and I think there's a principle here is that we can generate more economic activity in the city with the resources that are already here, the businesses that already exist, if we just bring more people in to spend more money here, right?
But don't live here.
We can have Smiths generate more sales tax revenue if there's just more people to buy stuff there, right? But we also don't want to necessarily have to do that with just domestic population, because all the services costs that go with it. So if we have visitors come, spend their money and go, that's ideal, right? We get all their sales tax revenue, but we don't have to provide all the services for them. But I think Jared was making a great point, is the idea it's the interaction of the city's resources, the businesses that exist, and the total economic activity that can be created through knitting all of those things together is really where we need to be, we need to improve. And I think that we generally envision the economic development director helping to knit all those pieces together and serve a broader function. But I just don't know that right now, under the current circumstances, a full-time person is the right thing to do. But I'm open to continuing to review and have that discussion about when there may be a time to do that.
To be clear, yeah, I think we're all in agreement. Consultant is the way to go at this point. But as Tammy mentioned, yeah, I mean, the door's always open to look at whatever options are out there.
So the direction that we're giving to staff, if I am just to summarize here, is that at this point, we are no longer going to ask them to move forward with a full-time economic development director. Instead, we're going to ask for a presentation on looking at a consultant instead. Is that what the council is is looking for, if I could just get some nods from those online.
Well, and I agree with that, Mayor. What I also want to add is that I think, again, the presentation we'll get from Bonneville here in a couple more weeks will really add depth to that discussion for us to have. I think the main point right now is to say, let's hold on the press of hiring our own full-time person right now and consider the other data and things that come in. And then again, structure as we start to look at the other plans, as Jared has mentioned, and things, and how we can best utilize a consultant for specific areas.
Okay, I think we've given staff direction. Go ahead, Steve.
I would echo that too. I'm not sure that it's appropriate to have a presentation on a consultant yet. There'll be a time for that coming up.
And my intent wasn't necessarily to say we have to get one right now, is to have staff headed in that direction. So,
But yeah, don't bother spinning your wheels interviewing people.
oh, please don't. Yes, sorry if that was
Let's look for
unclear.
consult, because as we've talked about before, oftentimes, if you really have a need for that, you end up finding them through the consultant process and world anyway, so.
Okay, so staff, have we been clear as to the direction?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Tammy. We will go ahead, and at this time, I will accept the motion to temporarily adjourn our, if you have your mic on, would you please mute that for me? Thank you. Temporarily adjourn our work meeting and go into our general meeting after a 5-minute break.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we will return and start our meeting at 7:15. has agreed to lead us in that pledge today.
Everybody rise, please. Repeat after me. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Any comments or recognitions by council members today? Okay. We will go ahead and move on to the public comment portion of our meeting. Audience members may bring any item to the city council's attention. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes. State law prohibits the council from acting on items that do not appear on the agenda. Public comments for this meeting will also be conducted electronically. Any person interested in addressing the city council may submit a comment by emailing recorder@herriman.org or by visiting herriman.org/agendas and minutes, where there will be a link to join the electronic meeting to submit comments. Your statement will be read into the public record. We have one individual here who has submitted a form for public comment. So we will ask that individual to start. This is Craig Atkinson. If you would please approach the podium and give us your comment.
Hey, hi, I'm Craig Atkinson. I'm here speaking item 9.2, the rezone on 139th South, 6221 West. We met personally with Councilman Shields, Smith, and Sherry Orrin, and we've spoken with Mr. Henderson. Only one we didn't speak with personally, I guess, was we missed you.
I apologize for that.
But they assured you they were going to clue you in on everything that
We
went on
have
in our
had
public
many
meetings.
discussions, yes.
And just wanted to make sure we're all here. I'm fairly aware you already know all of our concerns about it. So I think that's about it.
Thank you.
Thank you for engaging with us and being involved.
And just to confirm, as it says on the statement, you're in opposition to the rezone, correct? Okay, just for the record. Okay, that is the comment form that I had submitted. Anybody else that would like to make a comment at this time, please come to the podium. State your name. All right, seeing none, all right.
My name's Ricky Northrup. I'm also opposed to the 9.2 because I've lived here for 44 years now, and I've lived on the same place, which is where it's affected by that road. And I've went through a lot of changes out here, as you can well imagine. I was the only one on that road when I moved out here. In fact, I had to cut the road in with the tractor to build there. And I've been to a lot of council meetings like this, doing changes and watched the change happening. But I just wanted to reiterate, we talked in the meetings in our neighborhood with the other council members. I just want to reiterate that I was told several times that will never change. It will always be 1 acre lots on that side of the road. And I was told by the mayor and the council and never means never to me. I don't know what it means to you guys, but when they tell me never, I took it as never. I didn't fight against it. I just let it go. That's the way it is. So I just wanted to reiterate that and let you know that my feelings on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Catherine Thompson. I have the property that is adjacent on the west side to this property that we're talking about. And one of my biggest concerns is the proposal to turn some of those lots on my property line into flag lots with from what I'm understanding, a dead end path or walkway that goes to as far as the gully, which really doesn't serve a purpose, other than it will encourage a lot of traffic to our street for people to use that as a walkway to get to the park and to the equestrian center. I have horses, and it's a concern for me to have a lot of people that are going alongside a dead end. It would be a private, from what I understand, but that's not how they're utilized. My neighbor that lives right behind me has a driveway that goes alongside my other side of my property, and there's oftentimes people trying to use their driveway thinking it's a way to go through that gully. And so to put a dead-end walkway on a flag lot that my understanding is Herriman didn't want any more of those flag lots anyway, is a concern to how it affects my property as well. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further comment at this time from the members currently present of the audience, I'll turn to our recorder to see if we have any electronic comments. Jackie? Okay, so we do not have any electronic comments. So at this point, we will.
Councilman, I'm participating online. May I be allowed to speak? This is Joe Cunningham, developer. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Just addressing a couple comments there for the neighbor to the west. I believe it was Catherine discussing a flag lot. These are not a flag lot proposed. They're a regular subdivision with a dedicated road in the front. The piece of property that runs down the back allows access for these two property owners, and only these two property owners. It is not a public access, for them to have access back to the riding trail along the Bottom Creek area. The back two properties would have their own access because both of those lots back it. So these are not designed as a flag lot. A flag lot would be something that's maybe to the east where they have a 15, 20-foot driveway coming in and then the lot sits behind. These are absolutely opposite of that, where they would have a lot on the front and then the access to the Bottom Creek area only benefits those two parcels, has nothing to do with public, no public access. They have a fence along 139, a fence between the neighbors. People aren't going to climb over the fence. You know, they're not going to be involved in that. That would only involve these two particular lots. So I wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further comments, I'll accept the motion to close the public comment portion of our meeting.
So moved.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Hi. Mr. Mayor, before we proceed, if I could have just one moment. I was just a little late in getting back. I have some contractors working in my home at the moment. I wanted to just take a moment and make a brief recognition if I could.
Please.
I wanted to specifically recognize the residents of Herriman and their efforts to interact with their elected officials in their city. The past few weeks, I've had an opportunity to engage with residents on a number of issues. A couple things we talked about in our work meetings, obviously this issue that's coming up before us tonight, as well as a few other things. And I just want to speak to how much that matters. To having the residents speak to me individually, to other members of the council, to express their opinions, their thoughts, their worries, their fears, their hopes, their opinions on all of the matters that are before us have a big impact on the decisions that I know I make, and I know that my fellow councilmen share that opinion. I'm proud of our residents for organizing, talking with groups of residents about ideas and issues that are important to them. It is so important that our residents engage with their elected officials, they engage with city management, that they make their opinions known. it is important to me, and I guess I'm saying this because I've had reports that people have been reluctant to make their opinions known because they feel like it doesn't matter or that it's not important to members of the city council. Having talked with all the other members of the city council, and I can speak for myself in this matter too, that is not the case. It absolutely matters to us. I've taken time off my vacation to have phone calls and meetings with people because their needs are important to me. And I know that every other member on this council feels the same way. So again, bravo to the citizens who have stepped up, and I would just strongly encourage all residents to continue to engage and speak up on all the issues that are before the city at any time they feel like it's appropriate.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to City Council Board and Committee reports.
Mayor, I can, I guess, lead out here quickly tonight and move through. I've got just a couple to report on from my participation over the past couple of weeks. Last week, I had two meetings in particular. One was JPAC, or let me pull up so I don't misquote on the agenda. So we met on Friday of last week. As I sit on the Joint Policy Advisory Committee, sorry to use the acronym there for those that didn't know, and been sitting on that committee now for a couple of years. The agenda that we reviewed on that day had to deal a lot with just federal updates and where they're at in federal legislation, obviously legislation that deals with COVID impacts, and then of course an update and review of the active transportation in the unified plan specifically. A couple of things of note that came out of that meeting. Again, we were talking about the federal reauthorization of the FAST Act, which has to do with transportation funding. We got an update, and then I hope all of you had a chance to see the link that I sent you from a short Q&A session with Senator Romney that was held earlier today, where this was a specific question asked by Andrew Gruber about the reauthorization of the FAST Act and where he feels like we're at in that process. That act is set to expire at the end of what is their fiscal year, so September 30th here of 2020. And so basically the update that was given then and was reaffirmed today with Senator Romney on the line was that that everything not related to COVID has basically come to a standstill. There's really no discussions that are taking place at much of a high level right now in Washington that isn't related specifically to COVID. And of course, all you have to do is turn on the news at night to understand that, where they're continuing to debate over further relief packages for that. That being said, Senator Romney did say that he has not heard any negative or any pushback from both sides of the aisle in recognizing that reauthorization of this act is essential. What he could not say is whether that would be a temporary reauthorization as we get to that, or if it will be, a full reauthorization. But again, he did affirm that at the national and federal level, that there is obviously a continued push and a continued understanding of the needs of that funding for federal dollars and for those projects. So we'll continue to monitor that particular item as it moves through, but it will probably be, again, some type of temporary reauthorization, and it will probably actually be sometime after it officially expires at the end of September. And then honestly, everything else, again, was related to kind of COVID. The UCARE, or the environmental folks came in and gave a presentation on some of the data that they've been gathering during the COVID pandemic. Of course, we've seen a substantial decrease in traffic and how that is resulted in healthier air and improvements in ozone and all of those things. We're starting to see a little bit of a rebound back towards where we were pre-COVID. So they're obviously taking the opportunity to encourage everybody to utilize active transportation and other means to help reduce those trips that we generally see people doing, singularly in their car to help really take advantage of the improvements that we've made over the past several months. And that was the bulk of JPAC. The last one that I'll report on is, as I mentioned, I think in our last council meeting, I was asked to participate in a annexation incorporation work or study group through the Utah League of Cities and Towns. So that group did meet again last week as well. We continued to kind of refine down what we felt like were the key areas that this group really needed to focus on as it relates to possible legislation at the state level. And at the end of the day, we really kind of boiled this down to really a few kind of key areas. One being how incorporations look as it relates to leaving islands or peninsulas, and how that looks as one situation that was brought up, and I believe it was in the city of West Jordan, is that they had a plan for a total annexation, but the phasing in which they did it for short term created a peninsula, which is not allowed currently in the state statute. But again, their full plan was annexation of more land, which would take away that peninsula, and how you navigate those types of issues when it has this temporary creation of an island or peninsula. Another big focus of the group is on noticing what is, again, the proper means, the proper distance, all of those things that we really have those discussions on quite regularly for our own noticing purposes within the city. So noticing was a big topic of discussion that has kind of been drilled down to focus on. Another area is, in some areas, and this is kind of primarily, I'll give you an example, in some of the unincorporated county pockets that exist over in Sandy City. Sometimes you'll have property owners that come together. You'll have one property owner in the middle of those other property owners that doesn't want to annex, but because they're surrounded, they kind of get drug along in the process. So they're looking at how can they streamline that process and allow, again, those individuals really opt out, and when is that the appropriate time to allow them that still potential opt out. The particular area, again, we kind of broke this down into subsections, and then people in this work group have kind of been assigned to work specifically with each other on them. The area that I kind of fell into and was asked to really work specifically on with a few other members of the group is as it relates to kind of the crossroads of annexation and incorporation on same property, or where you have cities, which actually exists for us, where you have cities that have their annexation declarations that actually overlap on property, and then how that relates to the feasibility component for incorporation and those types of things. So again, I think it's a good discussion. It has a lot of very knowledgeable folks from really across the state that are participating in this work group, and again, looking to really kind of help update the annexation and incorporation statute with the state that really hasn't been updated. There's been provisions added to it over time, but there really hasn't been an update to that statute for quite some time. So we're trying to really kind of modernize it a little bit and make those changes where we need. So that's my report on the two committee meetings I've participated in the past couple of weeks.
I just obviously just jumped off the water board meeting, and I would gonna defer and give you comments on that at our next meeting, if that's all right. We just finished up our fiscal year, and I want to make sure I have all the right percentages and don't give you the wrong ones, because we just finalized that. So and then the garbage board, we did not meet in July, but you should be seeing some postcards coming out because in September is Herriman's turn to do the dumpster reservations. So start looking in your mail for those things so that you can get on board with the dumpster reservation for the area cleanup program. And then as far as and back on the water board again, just continue to beat the drum of conservation. Do our best. We've dealt with some water issues in the city with pressure and things like that, and some of that can be mitigated simply by better conservation, a little less lawn watering, those kinds of things, and just a kind of a bug to just a plan and ideas. Local landscapers, if you know anyone that's a local landscaper or has those types of companies, you might want to encourage them to participate in the Localscapes program. There's, you know, really great opportunities there to receive revenue and things like that for designing things under Localscapes. So that's it for me.
Sherry, it would seem that the members of the water board would have a little bit better connection with Mother Nature to give us a little help out. So if you could get her to play ball and help us out a little bit, I know I'd appreciate it.
I know. I'll tell you, if we could talk her into raining, huh? That would be nice.
I've got a couple things. I'd mentioned to you all, I don't know, probably a couple of months ago regarding Southwest Mayor's Southwest Visioning Study that we were, as a group, we were not pleased with the current consultant and their focus on, well, what their focus was on. Our focus was on infrastructure, primarily transportation, et cetera. And so we have officially moved on from that consultant. Wasatch, as you remember, those funds were awarded to us from Wasatch Front Regional Council and Salt Lake County, and then each city pitched in, I believe it was $5,000 each for the total of $250 for the study to look for solutions. So I'd say Mayor Staggs and I pushed back very heavily on the transportation piece and what the goals should be, that we need to assess what the current issues are and so possible solutions for those that we can work on together and look for regional, state, and federal funds, and then move to what do we need to change for build out of current plans, and then, you know, pie in the sky, if people get all the density that they seem to want on the state level, then what changes need to be made, you know, at that level. So it sounds like at this point they're looking to kind of regroup next week, and Wasatch Front Regional Council, UDOT, UTA are going to kind of lead that transportation piece. We're going to really focus on the transportation. They're going to put those funds to use along with us as the steering committee, and then all of the city's technical people as well. So I'll find out hopefully more next week what that organization going forward is going to be, and the timeline, et cetera. But fortunately, that is at this point moving in the right direction. The other thing I've got two other things real quick, and I'll leave it to maybe Chief Carr to give us a report on this at another time when he's able to, but just want to let you all know that Representative Perucci reached out to me, South Jordan, Mayor Ramsey was there, Mayor Staggs was on the phone, and then all of our police chiefs were there. I believe it was yesterday. My days run together. Chief Carr, tell me if I'm wrong. But to talk about domestic violence, she had mentioned that she had gone on a ride-along with HPD, and to her surprise, domestic violence is one of our #1 calls. And so she kind of wanted to get the group together and talk about the situation out here, the demographics, some of the things that we can do to work together, and possible legislation that she can support, et cetera. So what I was able to attend for that discussion seemed pretty good, and she sent a follow-up email today. I'll try to disseminate all that information out to you, but it's kind of a good conversation starter and some data that I have to admit I wasn't totally aware of. So, well, if that's okay, we'll have that, maybe report on that later when we have time to look through all that. The last thing I have is for the fire district. It's on the work agenda, but it's the one item that we didn't get to in addition to the manager updates. So I just want to mention publicly at this point, for those that don't stick around for the remainder of our work session, what we're discussing there is basically the difference between the taxing district, which just collects the tax money and pays for the services, versus UFA. We're not looking at leaving UFA at this time or anything like that. We're looking at our participation in the taxing district. Should we still be just lumping our tax money into the pot and they contract for the services with UFA, or should we do what other cities have done and collect the taxes ourselves and directly contract for that service with UFA? So I just want to make that distinction clear as we continue that conversation, not only tonight, but in the weeks to come.
All right.
So this is my turn. From the Mosquito Abatement Board, we had our first positive test for West Nile virus show up in Riverton at the Riverbend Golf Course in one of our pools, one of the mosquitoes we collected. Because of the testing process, normally those tests have been processed at the state. This is the first year the South Valley Mosquito Abatement District can do their own tests. So we did an initial test that was positive. We did a verification test that was also positive. But we can't publicly declare that as positive 100% yet until it's verified by the state doing another test, at least for this year. Going forward, the South Valley Mosquito Abatement District will be certified to have their own tests. But they're positive. There was this one mosquito in Riverbend Golf Course pool. So they have done some adulticide out there, killing some adult mosquitoes, but there have been 0 human cases of West Nile virus, but 1 mosquito suggests there probably will be more. So they'll be keeping an eye out for that. I'll update as that goes along. Another mosquito, the Culex tarsalis, they've been having a hard time fighting it. Populations of those have been growing a little bit. They're actively doing some adult control as well as spraying to keep the eggs from growing and hatching, infanticide here. So they're doing their best to keep those mosquito populations down. So if you see them out there, give them a good whack and keep your DEET on. So just wanted to keep everybody appraised of that, or appraised of what was going on there.
Steve, have there been positive cases in the state, human cases in the state?
No human cases in the state right now. I think there's only, if I remember correctly, I think there was only 5 positive cases in the whole country right now. So it's pretty small. In regards to the Association of Municipal Councils, just an interesting report back. Most of the cities were reporting that they had been canceling the rest of their summer activities, rodeos, community activities, things like that, related to COVID. So I was very proud of our city having moved forward with our Moto X event and got to share that with the other, proudly got to share that with the other municipalities. Yes, I bragged a little. But it was interesting to hear and report that there is apprehension among the other municipalities about, I guess, just the general impact of COVID on our communities, on our economic activity, on the mental health of our residents. And now we're introducing schools coming back online. There's some concern about how that might impact the children, their learning, and what we as communities may or may not be able to do to support and help those efforts. So I just think that the fears and concerns and hopes that we have as parents of our children going back to school is being shared by all of the other parents and all of the other communities all around the state. And I think that we're all hopeful that things are going to go well and things will go good. But as we learned last year, at the end of last school year, the way we start out may not be the way we end up. And so we encourage everybody to just be adaptive and accommodate and do our best. And we'll all try and figure our best way through this. So anyway, those are my reports.
Thank you, Steve. And I get the feeling that somebody's pet canine is in agreement with you. So
yeah, that would be mine.
Okay, all right. All right, we will move on to our public hearing portion of our meetings. Public comment for this meeting will also be, our public hearing will be for this meeting will also be conducted electronically. Any person interested in addressing the City Council may submit a comment by emailing recorder@herriman.org or by visiting herriman.org/agendas and minutes, where there will be a link to join the electronic meeting to submit a comment. Your statement will be read into the public record. First item is item 7.1. Unfortunately, not at this time. Item 7.1, public hearing and consideration of a proposed amendment to the fiscal year 2020-2021 Herriman City budget. Alan Ray. Alan, are you with us?
Unmute. Okay, John, if you just go to the next one. First of all, and I need to adjust this number because the number was changing as we developed for this meeting today. What's happening here is Rosecrest was actually required to build some of the improvements at Juniper Canyon Park. They have chosen not to build those improvements, so they're going to give us the money to do them ourselves. And the amount they're going to give us instead of $550,000 will be $640,000. And this is some trails, some trailhead that they were going to build. They've just now decided to give us a fee in lieu to build them ourselves. So this will be money in, money out, and we want to set this at $640,000. Okay,
So,
go to,
Alan,
go ahead.
why the change, right? Because I mean, 550, they want to give us 640. So will you explain that?
Well, there are certain improvements that have to be done, and between our engineers and their engineers this afternoon, they were still fine-tuning the numbers and going through all of the measurements and all of the unit prices and coming up with an amount. And as they got through their calculations today, 640 is the number that they settled on. Now, you know, if you want specifics on the calculation, Blake could give those to you because he was working on it furiously all day with Rosecrest today. But, you know, it was changing during the course of the day today as we said, okay, you don't have enough pathway numbers in there. And, you know, so Blake and Wendy were going back and forth with Rosecrest trying to verify the numbers, the quantities that would be built, what was required to be built, and what they would pay for those improvements. So, yeah, just, you know, when Wendy looked at the list this morning, I saw her email come right back. There's not enough path in there. And so they were going through the numbers as the day progressed today. And so along about 4 o'clock, I got a call from Blake saying we've settled on a number of $640,000. So, you know, that's how that number came about.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I appreciate the foresight by our staff and Wendy and her team just, you know, going through that line by line and making sure that, nope, there's not enough path so we don't kind of get shorted in the long run. So thank you. Thank you for diligence and for the explanation.
Okay. The next one, that's down at the Winco store. When we initially pitched Winco coming to Herriman City, we agreed to pay for some stormwater improvements that are required by the store. And so we're proposing a budget amendment tonight to spend $72,294 out of the tax incentive money that we got for that area to pay for the storm drain that relates to Winco's store. Okay. And the next one, this is not one that I put in your packet, but it's one that's become a hot issue recently. The Academy Village Commercial Center, which is just here by the soccer stadium, have requested a change to Rio Vista Road. They want a different intersection coming into their property. Now, the road was mostly in. It was, you know, it was a 3-lane coming most of the way. I think it's going to be a 4-lane now. They're upgrading that. Rosecrest is doing the widening and improvement of the road, but there was an intersection required by Anthem or Academy Village for a different intersection than what was originally put there when this road was put in a few years ago. So we are requesting that we take from the Herriman Business Park CDA $450,000 to pay for that change in the road. They are doing the rest of the road, but they feel like they should be paid for the intersection, which is a change from the original plan. So the rest will come as they turn in invoices in the future. But this is a intersection that's made to accommodate Academy Village. So that's my third one. The only other thing I would say on this is about an hour ago, you gave a nod to the dog park. Your nod does not do a budget amendment. So if you really want to move forward with the budget amendment or with that project, we should add a $345,000 change to the budget as part of that, because your nod in the work meeting does not make it official. It needs to be part of a budget hearing. So I would say let's add that as a fourth item. The Bobcat Dog Park, I can't remember the exact name. It was called the Bobcat Park when we did the budget, but it's something else now. So these change names as they go. But the nod you gave a while ago would increase the budget by $345,000. So I would suggest that we also make that change as part of this budget amendment.
Alan, just clarifying the number, looking at the presentation, with the 10% contingency, the number would be $317,873.76.
Right. And we budgeted 975, so we've got
Okay.
to do 345 amendment. So, yes, that would be the thing. And, you know, with your nod, I'm sure they'll move forward, but we need to officially have the budget amendment. So that's what I have to ask you to approve.
So just to clarify, we're looking at 640 instead of 550. We're looking at 72,000 and some change for that second item. We're looking at 450,000 for the intersection, and we're looking at 345,000 for the K-9 Memorial Park.
That's right.
Sorry, I wasn't able to be part of the dog park conversation. So are we taking that out of park impact fees, or where are we taking that?
Yes, that is all park impact fees.
Thank you.
If there's no further questions by the council members, I'll open it up for the public hearing at this time. If you'd like to make a comment on this specific item, please come to the podium and state your name. Seeing none, I will turn to our recorder for any electronic. Okay, with seeing none, I will accept a motion to close the public hearing on this item.
Motion to close the hearing.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion on this item?
Is this, Jackie, is this on for action tonight?
It is.
Okay.
So any further discussion by the council?
I just have a question on the budget amendment because the dog park thing wasn't part of what was noticed. Can we budget amend that now, or does it have to be part of the notification, or is budget amendment notification sufficient?
The budget amendment notification just says there's going to be a public hearing on it. It would be nice if we had it ahead of time. I think that's up to you whether or not you choose to approve it that way.
Jackie says yes, we can add it. Good. You ready for motion?
Yes, I'm ready for a motion.
I'll motion to approve resolution number R29-2020, amending the 2020-21 fiscal year, adding a fourth item, the dog park, increase of $345,000 to the, do you want me to just give the total? 1 point? I guess the impact on the budget is the $345,000. Okay.
I have a motion.
I will second.
A motion, a second. Sherry.
Sorry, how's on mute? Yes.
Okay. Clint.
Yes.
Jared.
Yes.
Stephen.
Yes.
And I will vote yes. That motion passes. All right, we'll move on to item 7.2, public hearing regarding the transportation master plan. Jonathan.
There we go. Here, close sound check. Everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, so I'm listed as the presenter today. However, I did want to make sure that I made a few mentions. Both Blake Thomas and Bryce have been working with Cameron from Bowen Collins and Kai from Parametrics quite extensively on the updated transportation master plan. So what I'm going to do is at this point I'm going to turn some time over to Kai to go through this, and then I'll just talk with you briefly right after. Kai, take it away.
Great, thanks, Jonathan. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So I'm going to go through these first few slides pretty quickly. They essentially go over the existing conditions and some contextual information we used in the planning process. So we look at population. Next slide. I don't think my controls are working here. We look at some census data. Next slide. We do a facility inventory. So we looked at existing sidewalks, bicycle facilities. And then we did a level service analysis. So, previous slide. Let's see, I think things are skipping around a little bit. Can we get to the previous slide? Well, I'll keep talking. If we make it to the slide before this, we look at level service for the roadway network. Here we go. So the graphic on the left here shows level service as we grade it. So it's an A through F grading scale, A being free flow conditions, F being low speeds, heavy delay. We plan for level service D in urbanized areas, D or better. We can't plan for level service A everywhere, which would be impractical. The graphic on
Kai,
the right shows you.
can I interrupt
Yes.
you with a question, especially for the audience members
Sure.
that are here? If I hadn't been part of these discussions before, I'd be asking, why in the world do you plan for a level D?
Sure. So the level service D threshold is the standard for urbanized areas. Ideally, you'd have free flow conditions everywhere, but what you'd end up with are, 9-lane roads everywhere, which wouldn't lead to a great urban form, and no one wants that. It's widely accepted that a level service D is an acceptable condition. You're approaching capacity with minor delays. These delays would generally occur during PM and AM peak periods. So while not ideal, you can't really plan for anything better everywhere because it would be prohibitively expensive.
Which kind of goes to my next
Does
point.
that answer the question?
Yeah, and
Sure.
that kind of goes to the next part of it, and I'll invite our attorney to chime in if he needs to correct me. But again, from a resident point of view, I'd be looking at going, well, why can't Herriman have higher standards? And the answer is just that. The cost and the developer community would sue us and likely win if we make our standards unreasonably high and cost prohibitive.
Right. Yeah, you would stand out in the Wasatch Front, and so it would lead to, it would probably provoke some backlash from developers and other communities. In more rural areas, you can get away with a level of service C threshold, but I think that it's safer for you guys to do level service D, which is the standard across Salt Lake County.
Thanks. That's all I'm going to bug you with right now.
Great. Thank you. So the map on the right here shows the existing level of service. So we do a capacity analysis for all of the roadways and calculate the volume to capacity threshold and grade your network. So green is good, obviously. Orange is the level of service D, where you're starting to approach failure, and reds would be where you're getting into the E and F. Next slide.
And just so that you're aware, you're getting about a 20-second delay on the slides being moved back and forth.
Okay, great. We also looked at intersection-specific level of service, which is a different analysis where we look at seconds of delay. The table on the right shows all the intersections we performed this analysis on. And for the most part, all the intersections are performing pretty well, overall level service C or better. But at specific movements, so people going through or turning left or right, you measured the delay for each movement, and some of the intersections are starting to break down a little bit. So the table on the bottom left shows these kind of more problematic intersections. 126 South and Mountain View Quarter shows up with the westbound left getting to a level service E with 63 seconds of delay. 134 South and 5600 West also starting to degrade, and then 134th and Mountain View as well sees a level service E on the southbound through movement.
Just out of curiosity, how long ago was that taken? Because we have since expanded the number of lanes going southbound through Mountain View Corridor. Or is this this is on Mountain View Corridor, or is this on 134th?
So we took turn movement counts for all movements at both the southbound and northbound intersection of 134 South. So we measured all movements, so on Mountain View and 134, turning left and right and through. The counts were taken, I'll have to look that up, but it was in the fall of 2019.
Okay, so I'm wondering if, and I'm expecting that some of these numbers per our plan have probably gotten a little bit better because we've made some of those adjustments already.
Yeah, it definitely feels like when you drive it, it feels like there's been a good impact on it with the third lane going through.
Excellent. Okay, next slide. So that's the existing level of service. Then we look to our future level of service. So we take information from the general plan and produce land use forecasts that we feed into our travel demand model, where we can forecast future volumes for the roadways throughout Herriman. So this slide shows our land use assumptions for 2030. Next slide. and we perform, the same level of service analysis. So this is for a no-build condition. So essentially assuming that the land develops as planned, but we make no improvements on the roadway system. And so you see with no improvements, you start to see a lot more red as the city develops. Next slide. We also looked at 2050. So here's our land use assumptions for 2050. Next slide. And then again, the no build scenario where no improvements to the existing transportation system, but the land develops as planned. So you can see a lot of red, and problems arise if we do nothing. Next slide. So based on
Kai, this is Jonathan. Sorry to interrupt and just jump in here. I thought I'd just make a quick little clarification right here. As you're kind of going through those land uses, I thought I would just point out the existing anticipated uses and zoning for this study was based on the summer of 2019, so last year. And so there are some changes that have occurred since that time. Once this is completed, it will be considered, the baseline of what improvements are needed to maintain that level of service at that time. Now, as you know, there have been changes in land uses and zonings and what's anticipated, especially up in Olympia Hills area. When that occurs, and we'll take that into consideration for the update to come. This one that we're looking at right now does not take the change in the general plan and zoning into consideration, at least since July of last year.
Yeah, John, I think that's a really important thing because we want to be able to quantify what the impact of Olympia Hills would be above and beyond all of the other land use projections that we already have inside the city of Herriman. So I think this is going to actually be valuable.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Yeah, so all the land use assumptions in our forecast are based on the existing general plan. Yep. So we take all those no build level service analysis and that information, work with the city to develop our capital facilities plan, which is a project list over 3 phases, 2020 to 2030, 2030 to 2040, and 2040 to 2050. And all the projects are shown here in a map on the left and a table on the right. And just based on how fast you're developing, you'll notice that most of these projects ends up in that first phase. Then we test the project. So if you go to the next slide, or actually the next slide is the plan signals. So here's the existing and planned signals over the same 3 phases. Next slide.
Can I interrupt with a question here real quick before we move on? If we can go back to that previous slide that showed all of those capital improvement projects that need to be done in the next decade, just at our projected land use and rate of build. How much of that $62 million, and this might be an Alan question, is going to be paid for out of impact fees? I mean, that's $62 million in 10 years. How are we going to pay for that?
Yeah, so I think we'll be presenting the impact fees at a later time, but I don't have the numbers in front of me. We're also, helping with that analysis, but not all of those projects are going to be impact fee eligible. So it's only a smaller number, and it's a smaller subset of that first phase. But what that is exactly, I don't have in front of me right now.
So it's fair to say that a majority of that $62,400,000 is not going to be paid for by impact fees on new construction.
Steve, this is Blake. I just kind of want to jump in on that really quick. We're going to be working with Zions Bank to complete an impact fee analysis. And as Kai was kind of saying, they go through and break down on all these projects what is attributable to new growth in the Herriman city boundaries. And then we have a calculation that applies the cost to the number of new units that are coming in, housing units. And then it's also broken down. Our current fee structure is based on like 4 different uses: multifamily, single family, commercial, and business. We're broadening the commercial and business to include a bunch of different uses, so it's easier for us to calculate. So we have like a fast food and convenience store and things like that. And so when we break that down, we'll be able to give you a lot better answer on that. But I anticipate it's going to be most likely, you know, more than 50%. I would venture out to say probably you're up to like 70, 75% of the project costs will be covered by these impact fees, is what I'm anticipating, because so much of these roads are attributable to growth. And so that's why it's important to get the study done early, so we don't have the growth happen before we build the roads, because then it's not attributable to new growth, it's attributable to existing. So then it's a existing efficiency, and that's not impact fee eligible.
Which is also why our
If I got
Southwest.
one more other question about these assumptions too, is that those costs for 2030 to 2040 and 2040 to 2050, those are based on 2020 dollars. Is that correct? Those are what it would cost in today's money to accomplish those, so that I can anticipate that 15 or 20 years from now, they're going to be a lot more than what those numbers are showing.
They are, Steve. And keep in mind that those projects out that far cannot be applied to impact fee costs. So that basically tells us that, hey, before we get to that time, we need to redo our impact fee, this master plan, update the master plan, and redo our impact fee study at that time, because then you'll come back in and bring those back into cost. Because the impact fees, when we collect them, if we don't spend them within 6 years, they have to go back to the developer that paid them. And we can only put projects on our list for the next up to 10 years on this. So that we'll have to redo those when we get there, but they're on there as a placeholder right now, just to identify them as projects. But we can't charge for projects that aren't in phase 1 for impact fees.
I understand. So it's fair to say that our economic projections out past 6, 8, even maybe 10 years really just are inadequate at this point, that have to be updated.
One of the reasons why we're required to redo the general plan every 5 years.
I completely understand. It's just as people are looking at this, these are questions that I think our public wants to have answered. So that's why I'm asking these questions.
Yeah, those are great questions. And so, yeah, that's, and Mayor was exactly right there. That is a lot of the reason why these plans need to be updated every, 5 to 7 years for growing communities. For stable communities, they don't even have impact fees because they don't have growth. But for growing communities, the impact fees are necessary to get the infrastructure in to address the impacts of the growth.
Also, to me, highlights the shortcomings of impact fees, right? The way the legislation is, the developers only have to pay for the impact fees, can only go towards building new roads in that, I shouldn't say in that area, but new construction. It doesn't have anything to do with the actual impact of that new community on the existing roads. We have to come up with that money elsewhere, and that's the problem, and that's the crux of our effort with the Southwest Study and Transportation issue, and where we have to work with others and get other money. But that's a constant fight, and you're going to hear it in the legislature this year. The development community is just beating the drum that they want to get rid of impact fees, that it's too high a cost to them, right? That represents lost revenue to them, which they want to, if they can pass that on to the taxpayer via bonds, then those housing prices aren't going to go down. They just keep that extra revenue. So just be aware, we're going to have to continue to fight that fight.
Yeah, but I think, Jared, and I think you've made this case before in previous discussions around this, is that, and I'm sure this frustrates Blake too, is if we build something way out on the west side of Herriman, it not only just impacts the area right on the west side of Herriman, but it compounds the problems the more you get towards the main arterials towards the east.
The snowball effect.
And how do you quantify what the impact of, 5,000 new cars on the west side is to the intersection at 126th and Bangor, or 134th and Bangor, right? It definitely has a compounding effect. I know you used that word many, many times. And I don't know how that is calculated in as part of these discussions, but it's clear that there's limitations on the current structure we have for calculating these.
All right, I'm going to hop in here and try to turn the time back over to our presenter.
All right, great. So in the next step of plans, we take all these projects and we feed them back into our travel demand model and reassess level of service to test whether or not we're addressing our capacity needs moving forward. So if we go 2 slides forward, we'll get to that. So here is our 2030 with all of our projects implemented. You'll notice that most of the red we're showing in our no build scenario is gone with the projects in place. And if we go to the next slide, here is 2050. So this is assuming all the growth out to 2050 and all of the projects that we've put forward on the capital facilities plan. And so this just shows how, how we do. Now it's important to note here, there is some red, but these are long range forecasts and the models aren't perfect. But it gives us a good idea of how we're accommodating the growth. And, there's some hotspots still, some of the major arterials. But for the most part, we keep level service within range. Next slide. So here's what our future functional classification would look like with all the projects in place, color-coded by functional type. So we've got major arterials, minor arterials, major collectors, and minor collectors. The new facilities are in dash. Next slide goes through, the next few slides go through our cross sections. So what do these different functional classifications look like? So here's our 53 foot and 60 foot cross sections for local streets. Next slide. 68 and 80 foot collector cross sections. Next slide. And then our 106 and 116 foot arterial cross sections. I think for the sake of time, I'll end it there. Jonathan, did you have more to say?
Yeah, thanks, Kai. I appreciate you doing that. I just real quick before we turn this over for any additional questions. So as you know, this has been open for a while to the public. This is up for public hearing. The options right now are, you keep it open, or you can close it. And with the option with opening it, keeping it open, that is, we might have an opportunity to keep, continue to solicit some comments and work through perhaps some concerns with council, perhaps, and even have a work meeting to continue to discuss. But I just thought I would make sure the council is aware of that. And I think that's all I had there. And maybe we can take questions at this point, if there are any more.
I think, Jonathan, one thing, I think you pointed out earlier, but there is an intention to update this pretty soon, right after this is adopted, to account for, the new land uses, and so that's important to keep in mind too.
Yeah, thanks. Yep.
All right, any questions or comment from the council?
It's for me, just maybe for public consumption to that point. Really, the reason that we have to do this is we have to update it. It's mainly, in order to even charge the impact fees that we do, you have to have this study to justify those impact fees. So this is kind of an exercise in checking the box. So we obviously do a lot more work in planning, and these things will change. But from a global perspective, this is kind of something that has to be done so that we can adjust those fees as much as we can to accomplish some of these things.
And all of these master plans that we're looking at tonight are all combined and go into our general plan as well in the long term. So this is us planning ahead for the future. With that, I will go ahead and open the public hearing once again. If you have a comment on this item, please come to the podium. All right, seeing none, I look to our recorder. We seeing none, I'll accept a motion from the council on the public hearing.
I'll move to close the public hearing. Oh, let's see. We want to leave it open so we can get more public input, right?
That's up to us. I mean,
Should we converse about that for a minute?
That would be my vote.
I think we're not planning to take action on this item tonight. The longer we leave the public hearing open, the more opportunity there is for comment.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry.
And it has been our general practice that, we don't take action on the first go through with the public hearing on these.
Yeah, and since there was no public comment, it would be nice to leave it open a little longer and see if we can generate some. So I would move to leave it open and continue the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to continue without date in a second. I need roll call on this one. Clint?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
I vote yes, that motion passes. What? You're right, thank you. That's a good call out. 7.3, public hearing and regarding the stormwater master plan. Jonathan?
Alrighty. Moving on to the storm drain master plan, and similar to what I just explained for the transportation master plan, the zoning and land use anticipated and used for the analysis on the storm drain master plan was based on summer of last year, right? And so we'll complete this process, and then again we'll update as necessary with additional updates at a later time. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn over to Cameron from Bowen Collins to present this.
Okay, thanks, Jonathan. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So like Jonathan said, I'm Cameron Ballantyne with Bowen Collins and Associates, and I'm just going to give you a brief summary. I've got 5 or 6 slides here to talk about the storm drain master plan. If we can go to the next slide. So the master plan, the ultimate goal of this storm drain master plan is to develop a list of capital facility projects to collect and convey stormwater runoff to the major conveyance facilities in Herriman, which are Rose Creek or Midas Creek. To do that, we developed a detailed hydrologic and hydraulic model of the city. And as part of that study, we evaluated the capacity of the existing storm drain facilities. So stuff that's already been constructed, we wanted to figure out how much capacity does it have and how much flow does it need to convey in the future. As Jonathan said, we looked at the future development growth projections in Herriman. We looked at the general plan to kind of figure out where growth is going to occur and how much will occur. And then from there, we can estimate the stormwater water runoff developed in those areas. And based on that information, we can develop a capital improvement plan. Just as it's been stated earlier, I just wanted to reemphasize that these master plans are living documents, and as development trends in Herriman City change, the master plans just need to be updated with that storm drain. And I know the other ones it's true too. Most cities try to update them every 3 to 10 years, just depending on how quickly things are changing. And the storm drain master plan would be no different. And then just also impact fees for the storm drain system are calculated as part of a separate analysis. So I'm just going to talk about the master plan today, show the capital improvements, but I don't have anything on the impact fees yet because we're still in process of doing those calculations. So next slide. So this is part of the capital improvements plan for the storm drain master plan. Just to let you know what you're looking at, this shows projected pipe improvements that are going to be needed to serve future development and also to repair existing deficiencies. It's important to keep in mind, one, you'll notice that a lot of the pipes in Herriman, all these little gray lines throughout the city, those are storm drain pipes. Most of the pipes are actually sized and they can handle either existing conditions and future growth. The big thick colored lines, those are the future projects. And we include a pipe size with that, a projected flow rate, and then based on that information, we can develop a cost estimate. It's important to know that these are just master plan level projects. The exact alignment of these pipes will probably change as development occurs. We typically like storm drains to be constructed with the streets. And so depending on where the streets are laid out, these storm drain pipes will typically follow those major roads to get us to Butterfield Creek, Midas Creek, or Rose Creek. And then also these maps show, depending on where you are in the city, what the detention requirements will be. And so these maps show not only the future projects, but also the detention requirements across the city. If we could go to the next slide. This is the south side of Herriman. So this is looking at, the big thing to take away from this one is that there's going to be a large channel constructed adjacent to the Welby-Jacob Canal to convey runoff to Rose Creek. And so that's one of the bigger projects in this area. Something else to take note of on this figure, we have identified the natural drainage paths. That's those blue dashed lines. As development continues to occur in the south end of Herriman, it's just important for development to occur in a way that either preserves those drainages in place as they have been put there by nature so that water can be safely conveyed, or if they want to be filled in, that appropriate engineering means are constructed to collect the runoff, drop out the sediment, and then convey it in the storm drain system to where it needs to go. And this was just a map to help us identify where those natural drainages are so that as development occurs, it can happen in a way that protects the public safety in the sense that if developers want to fill in those drainages, that appropriate means need to be taken to safely convey water from one end of the drainages to the other. And then this also includes the detention requirements. Again, depending on where development occurs, we have those detention requirements identified on this map. So if we can go to the next slide. And then a summary of the capital improvement projects. This is just an overview. All the pipe improvements will be around $9 million. The open channel improvements, which that includes the open channel that will be constructed adjacent to the Welby-Jacob Canal, that's $2.7 million. And then detention basin improvements, there are some large regional detention facilities that need to be built. That's about $7.9 million for a total of $19.6 million. That's our total estimate for storm drain improvements that need to be constructed over the next several years to address future growth in Herriman so that stormwater can be safely collected and conveyed to those discharge locations. And again, I don't know what the breakdown for impact fees is yet. That will come in a future study. This is just for capital improvements. We can go to the next slide. And I guess before we turn over to questions, Jonathan, anything you want to add to this before we open it up to questions?
Thanks, Cameron. Appreciate that. I guess just iterating what we discussed last time. At this point, we're looking at the public hearing, the option for open or close. That's up to the city council for your discretion. Cameron, thank you very much, and we'll take any questions you might have.
Any questions or comments from the council members? Okay, I'll accept a motion on this item. Or sorry, I'll open the public hearing on this item. So I will open the public hearing regarding stormwater master plan. If you would like to make comment on this, please approach the podium and give us your name. All right, seeing none, I'll look to our city recorder for electronic comments. All right, seeing none, I'll accept a motion on the public hearing.
Motion to continue. Sorry, motion to continue.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion to continue without date and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you. Let's go on to item 7.4, public hearing regarding the water master plan.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Consultant give the presentation, partnered with Bowen Collins and Associates for this one as well. And
Sorry, we're getting quite a bit of feedback. Can we just remind anybody that has their microphone on to please mute that? All right, thank you. Go ahead, Justin.
all right. So like I was saying, we have Andrew McKinnon who will be presenting this tonight. And similarly to what Jonathan mentioned is we kind of set that baseline and started using numbers from 2019. We're also using some historical meter data from prior to that as well. But so this will help, set the baseline for future growth. And when we have the updated general plan, we'll need to readdress this to make any modifications that might come in land uses for those general plans. So at any rate, again, this will be open for public hearing, and similar to the others, we anticipate, holding this open for, at least another meeting or two so we can receive comment and questions from yourself or the public. So we'll turn it over to Andrew.
Can you just nod if you can hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Next slide. Just, I've broken this presentation up into two sections, a supply and demand section that kind of identifies growth and demand within the city, and then a section on future improvements. And I don't know if you want to choose your own adventure. I can spend less time or more time on that section, or we can just proceed as shown here.
Yeah, we're really struggling to hear you with your microphone.
Let me see if I can get a little closer. Is that any better?
Nope.
Wow.
Okay, let's give it another shot. Go ahead.
All right. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. It's just really muffled.
Like feedback or something.
We've lost you altogether. Okay. Hey, Justin.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to unmute here. So while he's trying to get some things set up, so like he was saying, is we have a number of slides in this presentation. Some of them we'll kind of move through quickly, but he was kind of, obviously, if there's any areas he'd like to spend more time on, then we can do so. Let's go ahead and move forward.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, why don't we go ahead and give it a shot?
All right, so I'm not sure it's allowing you to mute right now. Looks like it turned off my microphone. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay, let's proceed. So what you're seeing here is just the overall indoor density of Herriman City based on the general plan. I don't know that there's anything super surprising about this, but this is just kind of identifying indoor densities plan for the city based on the general plan. Let's go to the next slide. So as you all know, that the city is installing a secondary system, and originally I think the plan was to extend secondary throughout the city by 2065. As part of this master plan update, what we've tried to do is identify sort of the priority areas for extending secondary water. So what you can see is we're kind of identifying the areas that are, you'll note the areas that are darker blue are areas where we plan on expanding the secondary system pretty much 100%. And then the lighter colors indicate areas where we don't expect to expand secondary fully, at least within the next 40 years or so. I could see potentially in beyond 40 years, you might extend a little bit into existing streets, a little bit more, but as part of this planning window, we basically planned on only extending secondary, primarily to developing areas and to where we have existing pipes in the ground or other sort of relatively low-hanging fruit for extending the secondary water to existing landscaped areas, if that makes sense. Next slide. This is the population projection for Herriman City, which feeds into the demand or growth of demand for the city.
So I actually have a question on this specific slide.
Okay.
So as I'm looking at this slide right there at 2020, it looks like the projection shows an immediate dip in or immediate decrease in the growth rate. And obviously we can't, we're not going to have an exponential growth in housing, but I'm concerned that we may not be planning for enough growth with the particular curve that's shown. Can you address how that was how we reached that particular growth curve?
Well, there's two things that we use to predict this. Is one the city planning department actually gave us all of the areas where they expect 10-year growth, and keep in mind that this growth curve, the 10-year growth that is identified by the city, primarily identifies areas within the corporate boundary of the city. So there's you rightly justified that there might be some concern that any annexation areas that are being added into the city might not be accounted for, but that could potentially be equaled out by, say there's certain parts of the city that planned on growing, but maybe doesn't quite get there. I think the next slide might indicate those 10-year growth areas a little bit. If we can go to the next slide. Right there. So this slide identifies all of the 10-year growth areas identified by city planning. And these were critical in sort of identifying how much growth we would expect over the next 10 years. And the overall curve that you're seeing from that growth curve is based on sort of a target build-out date of 2065. And the assumptions that we would get to basically 99% of our build-out by 2065, and then we just fit the curve to sort of hit those target dates. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does.
Then they've just taken an average.
And then they're just taking an average back. The only concern I have is I mean, the U.S. Census just came out and said that Herriman City, Utah, is the fastest growing large city in America, and so using an average on that concerns me that we may not be. I don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot because we haven't.
Not reflective of our actual
growth. That's my concern on that one. So as we look at this, I mean, I know this is a working document. We're moving forward. I'd like to see us put a little bit more focus on really honing in on what that growth rate is expected to be, and not just an assumption, because we do know that we are probably a faster growing city than most. And so I'd just like to make sure we don't.
So let me just come back on the growth rate. The growth rate we used to sort of shoot for the next 10 years is based on the 3-year average from I think 2017 to 2019. So we basically start with that average and shoot forward, which if you look at the curve, obviously it dipped down a little bit because the average over the last 3 years was a little bit less than the last year, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So that's primarily the reason why it looks like it dips a little bit, because we didn't want to assume that the growth rate for the last year would be continuous. We wanted to sort of use the last 3-year average.
Okay, that makes sense.
And that's how we shot that forward.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
And just so you're aware, that population growth curve is the same growth curve that's been used across each master plan. So transportation, storm drain, water master plan, all the other master plans are using that same growth curve. Okay, next slide. Conservation is also an important part of the water master plan. The state actually came out with some new conservation goals statewide. They're actually sort of regionalized because there was a lot of criticism previously that a single goal across the state wasn't necessarily fair for everyone. So the regional goal was to basically hit the conservation goals identified here, somewhat modified for Herriman City because the data with the secondary system is a little bit unusual in the way it applies to Herriman City. So we started with a baseline year of 2010, and we're moving forward with conservation based on 2010 baseline. So the red line basically indicates sort of the build out projection. The solid red line indicates the build out projection of annual demand with conservation, and then you can see that that's significantly less than demand without conservation, the dashed lines, both black and red. So next slide. This figure indicates kind of where the city is planning on getting most of its supply to meet future growth and demand. As you can see, there's several different colors indicating where you get supplies. You have existing wells, you have existing purchases from Water Conservancy District, the Welby-Jacob Canal, and then there's the bulk of culinary demand is going to be supplied by additional Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District purchases. And then most of the secondary demands will be supplied by the Welby-Jacob Canal or wells. So let's go to the next slide. This is the supply for the culinary system. As you can see, that the culinary demand actually decreases a little bit over time as a result of conservation. So you have two things going on here. Is you actually have conservation, and then you also have some parts of the culinary system converting to secondary. And so what you can see is that there's the existing culinary well capacity appears to be going down. That's not really the case. What's happening is that more and more of your culinary well sources are going to start being used more and more in the secondary system. And that's primarily because the well sources in Herriman, well, they meet all required water quality requirements. They're a little bit harder than Jordan Valley water is, so that the higher quality Jordan Valley water is what would be going into the indoor culinary water system, whereas the well water would be starting to move toward the secondary system. Next slide. This is the secondary supply for the water system, and it shows that again the well capacity is increasing as basically you're converting more of that culinary water to secondary water use. And then we have quite a bit of Welby-Jacob Canal shares already. We will eventually need to get some more as they become available. You want to purchase those, but we show what you basically need to meet your long-term plans for secondary water use in this figure. Next slide. So here we get into the storage and major conveyance portion of the presentation. Let's just go to we'll talk a little bit about the existing water system, what storage requirements are, the future water system, and then focus in on 10-year improvement projects. Next slide. So this is just a sort of overall view of the city's existing water system. It shows where you have tanks and pipes. It shows the large annexation area that's to the northwest, along with you have quite a bit of area to the southeast. And the figure shows your pipes, and it also shows the pressure zones across the city. The city is basically broken up into approximately 9 pressure zones. You don't really have a 9th or 8th pressure zone today, but eventually you'll get there to have those pressure zones. Let's go ahead and move to the next slide. This is the existing secondary system. You can see it's still developing. We have a lot of pipes in the ground, but we're still growing that out, and you can see that's how that gets into our secondary coverage, where we're planning on extending secondary to cover fully versus areas where we will extend water to as we have opportunities, but not necessarily within the next 40 years. So next slide. This figure just shows generally how storage works and why you need storage. It kind of identifies what the requirement is for storage. You can see basically on an average day, if you think about that tank sort of having a constant supply coming into a tank, there's a portion of the day where the tank is draining, and then there's a portion of the day where the tank is filling, and that basically is setting how much storage we need in the city. So next figure. So the previous slide was for the culinary system. The secondary system has a little bit more aggressive demand patterns. So there's a little more, the storage requirements for secondary is actually somewhat higher than for culinary. And that's just related to how water is used in that system. But you can go to the next slide. This figure shows the build out culinary system with sort of a skeletonized, water system skeleton. So you can see we're extending new water lines to the northwest, new water lines to the southeast to sort of cover all portions of the city. It shows where we have new tanks proposed, new pump stations. Go ahead and go to the next slide. This is the secondary system. Similar assumptions. We're extending secondary water to the northwest and the southeast. And next slide. This figure here is identifying basically where we have 10-year projects, and what you'll see is that a lot of the 10-year projects are extending to the growing areas of the city. There's not a lot of projects within the existing corporate boundary. I mean, there's a few areas where you can see there's development going on, but there's quite a bit of areas headed to the southeast and northwest. You can see we're basically showing in the annexation area, we are showing pipes going in, and those line up with the transportation master plan where that plan is showing new roads going in. So we basically shown as though new roads go in, we're putting in new water pipelines at the same time. Next slide. Similar for the secondary system, we're showing where we have 10-year projects that are lining up with the 10-year growth. There's a few projects within existing city roads that need to get extended to be able to meet city demands, but that's our 10-year plan for secondary. Next slide. This shows the summary of future culinary system costs for storage and booster stations. So I've shown the 10-year total cost and the build-out total cost, and you can see there's actually quite a bit of 10-year total cost based on where growth is occurring. A lot of the growth is occurring in zones 3 and 4. You have zones 5 and 6 where city planning has identified growth. And so we need to get a lot of these facilities built within the next 10 years to be able to support development in some of those developing areas. Next slide. This shows the future secondary storage tanks and booster stations. So you can see that there's a 10-year total and a build-out total. Again, basically all of the secondary booster stations need to be complete in the next 10 years to be able to service the areas that are growing. Next slide. And then this is a summary of 10-year costs between categories. You summarize the source, storage, booster pumps, pipes, planning, and the total cost. So there are quite a few total costs in here. I just wanted to comment a little bit about impact fees while we're on the topic. I have not calculated impact fees totally yet, but one of the questions before was what percentage of the projects can be paid for within the next 10 years out of impact fees? And one of the concerns with the impact fee law is that it does require cities to basically finance all growth that is going to happen beyond 10 years by itself. And the way that works is the impact fee law allows you to collect for all growth that happens within the next 10 years. But let's say you have a tank project that's going to serve you for 40 years, but it's not going to be, the capacity is not going to be used up for 40 years. Well, you now have 30 years of growth beyond the next 10 years where you can't recoup those costs in the impact fee yet. Eventually, that tank will be fully funded by impact fees. But the window for when you can collect those impact fees is the full window of development for the tank. So if the tank's not fully developed within 10 years, then whatever is not developing within that 10 years cannot be collected within the impact fee in the next 10 years. Next slide. So questions.
All right.
Kind of went through that pretty quick, but.
All right, council members, any questions or comments? All right, if I don't have any questions or comments, I'd accept a motion on this item. Or sorry, I'll open the public hearing on this item. That's the second time in a row. All right, public hearing regarding the water master plan. If you'd like to make a comment, go ahead and come to the podium. Seeing none, I'll turn to our recorder. Seeing no electronic, I will accept a motion on this item.
Motion to continue this item.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, that motion passes. All right, 7.5 public hearing regarding the Parks, Trails, and Open Space Impact Fees Facility Plan and the Parks, Trails, and Open Space Impact Fee Analysis. Heidi.
Hi, guys. Good evening. I'm excited it's our turn. Okay, so Herriman City staff has been working with Susie Becker from Zion's Public Finance, and we've been working to logically and lawfully establish the park impact fees. So I have Susie here with us, and she's going to explain how we calculated that fee and answer any questions you guys have. This is going to be a great presentation. Get ready. Susie, are you there? Maybe.
With that kind of energy, Heidi, I'm not even sure she needs to be here.
She's working on it. I've been texting her all night. She's here. Okay.
Yes, now I am. I just had to wait for the organizer to unmute me. Thank you so much for the opportunity to work with the city, and I appreciate all that Heidi has done. She has been absolutely terrific to work with through this process. So as the next slide tells us, just to go through this quickly, and as you've heard of impact fees mentioned all night, so this is nothing new to you. It's a one-time fee charged to new development to offset the capital costs, only capital costs associated with new development. We have to be very careful that we only use impact fees to cover the cost of system and not project improvements as described in the Utah Code. And then the code does not give us any specific definition of system versus project. Generally been understood to mean, though, parks that serve more than just one little local area, more than one development would be system, whereas things like pocket parks would be project improvements. So those are not included in our calculation or level of service for the calculation of impact fees. And then we have to have the two documents, the IFFP and the IFA. So what is an IFFP? The next slide, as we go through it, it lists the major things that have to be included in it based on Utah code. First two things that we talk about are service levels. Existing service levels have to be identified and proposed service levels. So if the existing service level is higher than the proposed, that means we have some excess capacity. And we also have to identify that. Once we have our service levels identified, then we look at the demand created by new development. And how are we going to serve that demand? We really have one of two options or combination. We can consume excess capacity, which you're going to see we have in the Equestrian Center in Herriman. That was built to serve new development, true all of development through build out. And so we have some excess capacity we can buy into there. But other than that, we want to increase our service level for our other facilities. So we need new facilities. So we have buy into excess capacity or construction of new facilities, two different types, two different calculations in the impact fee. So the next slide tells us what's in the impact fee analysis. And in the impact fee analysis, it takes these excess capacity costs that we've identified. It takes the new construction costs, and it does the proportionate share analysis. Just how much does new development need to pay? Parks are a little different than some of the other utilities you've been talking about tonight because only residential development creates the demand for parks and trails. And so it is only proportionately shared amongst residential development. So then we look at the buy-in of excess capacity, like you said, the construction cost. We can put in some other costs overhead for engineering, financial, the costs of us preparing the IFFP and IFA. And then we always have to look at if there's any financing outstanding bonds, we would have to make credits for that. Okay, next one. So let's look at some actual numbers here. First of all, population growth. Like I said, it's only residential development that creates the demand for parks and trails, and this is consistent with your general plan and the other impact fees that are other master plans that are underway that will result in impact fees as well. Next slide. Service levels. We talked about that, how the IFFP, we have to by law identify service levels. So we've identified, I'm just going to use, I'm not going to go in detail here, but just one for an example for you. Parkland per capita, we have the existing level of service is 1.61 acres per 1,000 people. Based on your master planning process, it's proposed to go up higher. So therefore, we don't have any excess capacity. As you look at on a per capita basis, you look at the last column, you can see the only one where we have excess capacity is the equestrian center, which we mentioned before was intended to serve. You're not going to build another equestrian center. It's a unique one-of-a-kind facility and was intended to serve development through build-out. Okay, next slide. So here's just some of the costs, or the costs that we anticipate that you would need to incur in order to maintain existing service levels that you now have given new development. And you can see we've divided them out. You've got parks there, parkland, park improvements, the trail miles. So you've got 22 million plus another 8 million. Trail structures, another 1.2 million. And then when we do the buy-in to the equestrian center, we have to do that at the actual cost that you paid at the time you acquired it. All of the new construction can be done in today's cost, but that there have been ombudsman advisory opinions on that and even lawsuits. And so we actually have to buy into the actual cost, not today's value on the equestrian center. So let's move on and start looking to see what our fees are going to turn out to be. So when we add these all up in the number of demand units, the cost per capita is $887. We have a little bit of a credit there for an impact fee fund balance. You have some cash on hand, which can be used to pay for some of these facilities. So let's go to the next slide. So we're not going to charge it on a per person basis. We're going to charge it based on a residential unit. So we either have a single family or we have multifamily. You have some large household sizes there, so that $877 gets multiplied by either household size of 4 or 3.55. So your maximum fee per household could be, and it's up to you, you can enact any fee up to this amount, $3,550. The current fee is $2,900.
So this is an increase. This fee would increase. Is that what I'm seeing here?
That's exactly right. Mm-hmm. About $600 there. You could, if you chose to do that, to go to the maximum. So the next slide, I thought you might want to see where you compare with other communities. I mean, your maximum is what it is, but it's always interesting to see. So your proposed fee, the closest to you would be just under Springville. I have to say, though, Springville has just issued an RFP for a Parks Master Plan and update its impact fees. So theirs could potentially go higher. Maybe they come down. I don't know, but theirs could change soon. Provo just redid their fees in the last year or two. Orem also just redid theirs. So those are fairly recent ones. Orem's pretty close to your current fee.
Orem's also a lot more built out, correct?
Yeah, it makes a difference. That's a really good comment. If a community is more built out, in some of the impact fees, it will keep your costs down because you're buying into more of existing excess capacity. Parks are a little different, though, in that we don't tend to buy into existing excess capacity as much. We are with your equestrian center. But often with rapidly growing communities, we'll see your storm water, when we do it in water, be higher because you need so many new facilities, and they're priced at today's cost rather than historic. And I think that's it. Do you have any questions?
Well, I'm not seeing any questions from the council members at this time. Thank you. All right, with that.
That was awesome. I appreciate that presentation.
That was a good presentation. Thank you. With that, I will open the public hearing portion of this item. If you have a comment on this, please come to the podium and give us your name and your statement. All right, seeing none, I'll turn to our recorder. I'm seeing no electronic as well, so I'll accept a motion from the council.
Motion to continue.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 That motion passes. Move on to our consent agenda, which I will accept a motion on.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Jared?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes, that motion passes. Item 9.1, discussion and consideration of a resolution approving an amendment to the City Council's rules of procedure. Our City Attorney, Chase Andrazy.
Hi, Mayor, Council, thank you. So this is a pretty straightforward item. In the first meeting of July, I presented an amendment to the council rules and procedures. I got some direction from council at that meeting to update just one section, and that pertained to the social media policy. Specifically, council instructed me to clarify one point in that the policy, specifically the rules and procedures, applied only to city social media accounts, and that personal media accounts would not be under that provision. Other than that, there were no changes from the July, I don't recall what meeting that was, the first one in July. And so the rules that you have before you are now ones that you have reviewed and are ready for your approval, unless you have any additional direction to provide me.
All right, any discussion by the council?
I just want to say thanks to our city attorney for the work that he's put in here, and also thanks to the council members for the dialogue that we were able to have surrounding this. I think again, overall it was a healthy dialogue, and obviously allowed us to come to some clarification on some of these items in here. But again, that all comes through a collaborative process. But thanks, Jace, for your work on this and for helping us to update it and keep us on track.
All right, I will accept a motion on this item.
Motion to approve resolution R30-2020 approving the adopting the amended council rules of order and procedure.
I will second.
Motion and a second. Stephen?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes, that motion passes. Moving on to item 9.2, discussion and consideration of a rezone of approximately 5 acres of property from A1 agricultural to A.5 agricultural residential located at 6221 West, 13900 South. Michael.
Good evening, and thank you for your time tonight. I believe I'm driving this presentation. Let me just see if I can advance this slide. So as you know, the council was briefed on this item on July 8th. And I have updated a few slides in this presentation, so I'll try and focus on the new information. The proposal has a preliminary subdivision plat of 5 lots. That plat, of course, has been suspended with the Planning Commission pending the outcome of this rezone request. John, maybe you might need to here we go. Here's our timeline on this project. And again, tonight you have the opportunity of making a decision. Those decisions, as you know, is potential approval. You can vote to approve with modifications. And of course, you can table the application if you don't feel like you have enough information to make a decision tonight, or deny the application. I've added a few additional just kind of aerial slides for your reference tonight in case you have, during your conversation, you want to look at different parts of this neighborhood. Again, the subject property is highlighted in red in the center of this property. It fronts on 139th South. Of course, the western edge of 109th South is gated as it intersects with Rose Canyon Road. Next, there we go. Just focusing in a little bit closer, you can see the existing home that's on the property. I spoke with the applicant earlier this week, and again, he reiterated to me that their intent is to keep the home, although they are planning on remodeling the home in the future as part of this development project. Again, we can see the Rose Creek drainage channel on the south side of this project area. This is using Google Earth, and this has a little bit of some three-dimensional qualities to it. This is looking towards the south. You can see the city ballpark there and the edge of Butterfield Park. And just getting a little bit closer view here. Again, just seeing that kind of that depth of that drainage channel. The property does slope down into this channel. One thing I mentioned in the staff report, I'd like to just kind of correct. It was my understanding that the applicant had intended to apply for a CLOMR, a letter of map revision with FEMA. He's informed me that although that is a possibility, his development proposal is not dependent on actually achieving a letter or a map revision with FEMA. So it is the outcome of any type of a request with FEMA does not have an impact on his development proposal. Again, a couple of slides we showed last time, and I know the council is very familiar with this property. You've been studying this very carefully and considering all points of view. Again, this is the property looking towards the south. You can see again on the north or on the south side of the road, there's no sidewalk, curb and gutter. There's also no curb and gutter to tie into on either side of this property. Looking towards the east, a more traditional subdivision improvement on the north side of 139th South. And this, of course, has been a big concern with many or some people in the neighborhood saying they want to maintain a more rural lifestyle and they're opposed to seeing improvements. And we're going to talk about some options on what we can do potentially in the future on this project. Again, the rezone request is consistent with the current general plan, which is low density residential. But the existing zone is also consistent with the existing general plan.
Michael, on this one, how long is this? When was the last time this specific parcel was changed on the general plan?
I don't have the answer on that, Mayor. I apologize. But my understanding is that the current general plan that we're operating from right now was 2013, because we tried to do the amended plan, of course, and that failed because of the referendum. So this has been in place for a number, several years at least.
Was this a change that we made at that general plan, or is this something that was not changed during that?
I would have to do some research on that and find out. This is the zoning map of the existing zones in the neighborhood. You can see Ken Cove, of course, is 8.5. That was a more recent zoning change in the neighborhood. Of note, the zoning condition for that property had 1.4 dwelling units per acre maximum. And of course, this property being 5 potential lots, that's what's being proposed by the developer. And last time we talked about having a zoning condition of no more than 5 lots on the property. So obviously that would be a density of 1 unit per acre overall, on a gross rating. We do have some 8.5 south of 139th South, right there at the intersection of 139th and 6400 West. And then you can also see some newer subdivisions to the east, the 8.25 zoning.
What's the exact acreage on this?
The property, we've been advertising as 5 acres, but I looked at the legal description that is attached to your ordinance, and it's technically is 5.2, but that is including area that obviously is in the 139 South right of way, which would be dedicated to the city as part of the public improvements of the street. So, you know, 5.2 is technically the accurate legal description. These are the same images that you saw last time. This is an existing conditions report that we require subdividers to prepare and deliver to the city. You can see that area in the floodplain where the Rose Creek drainage channel is located, and then properties that are already developed around the site. You can see the property to the east, at the bottom of the screen, there's actually a flag lot that is being developed currently in this neighborhood. This is the proposed subdivision that the commission has looked at but has tabled, waiting for the outcome of this rezone. Again, you can see that parcel A on the south side, which would be some type of open space. And all of the lots in the proposal would be a half acre or larger. And again, just focusing a little bit more into this project. Of course, it is a traditional cul-de-sac with full public improvements on Oakley Court. Now, the Planning Commission recommendation, again, they made a recommendation, but this is a legislative action, and the City Council has the final decision. The Planning Commission's decision, we had a neighborhood meeting on May 4th that was attended by 14 residents. We've included the materials in their comments in the packet. Planning Commission was held June 18th. And then we heard again at the hearing that several residents had opposed the rezone. Commission voted 5-1 to recommend denial. And this is the actual language as part of that motion to recommend denial, where the commission is favoring the A1 agricultural zone. I included a draft copy of the minutes in your packet if you've had a chance to take a look at that. Now, also at the July meeting, you asked staff to look at a couple of specific issues. There was a concern about water pressure. We measured it and determined that there was an issue. There was a problem with a valve that was repaired, and the water pressure was increased from 58 to 78 psi, and the state minimum, as you can see, is 40 psi. So the city engineer has reviewed the existing conditions and has found that there is sufficient water pressure to serve the proposed development. We talked about concerns with the public right-of-way improvements, we require standard curb, gutter, and sidewalk in subdivisions. That's our city standard. There is an option to have an exception. I included a copy of some language from the city code that talks about how to approve that exception. And there's essentially is a map that the city council has to approve. So we have that map right now, but this property is not in that exception area. It's primarily in Old Town. So the council would need to have a separate action in order to include this neighborhood within that exception map. However, we think what's most likely or probable, I should say, as a solution to this issue, the concerns with the neighborhood, is to accept a payment, a fee in lieu for improvements on 139th South. Again, where there's no curb and gutter to tie into, that seems to be the better solution. Just accept the fee in lieu, not have improvements on 139th South, kind of maintain that existing street frontage as it is now. Now, we are exploring new low impact development standards. We briefed the Planning Commission and City Council at a joint meeting last month on this. Some communities are doing something that's more, should advance another image here. This is obviously a very rural style. This is not really what's been contemplated in our current low development impact standards. But you can see what some communities are able to do with kind of these more alternative stormwater solutions. Um, maybe that's something we might want to explore, but the next slide is really more typical of what we're looking at. This is a project in West Jordan, where this is actually a drainage swale in what would typically be the park strip. The concrete ribbon that runs along the street is actually flush with the top of the asphalt, so it allows the water to run over that concrete ribbon and down into the drainage swale. Not suggesting that this is what it would look like on 139 South, but that is the alternative type of ideas that we could come up with stormwater. Now, since we've met, the city staff received a letter from the applicant, and then he attached 3 different exhibits to that letter. We included that in your packet. This again is the same 5-lot subdivision that is being proposed. I just wanted to make sure these were available for your discussion tonight. Next slide is kind of an alternative plan. These are all 1-acre lots. This was a concept developed by the applicant. As you can see, it would require crossing the Rose Creek drainage channel and putting a home on the very southern end of this property. We haven't reviewed this for engineering. We have no idea how feasible this is from the city standards point of view. This would require a private road. Typically, I've been told by city engineering that any development that has more than 3 lots on it, we usually want a cul-de-sac and not a hammerhead. So I don't know that this would meet our city standards. This is just a concept that the applicant had attached to your letter that was addressed to the city council. And then again, just for reference, this is essentially what is being requested. So now, at the end, oh, excuse me, go ahead.
Yeah, so you just go into the lots 4 and 5 and the way that they're shaped with those staffs.
Right. So the concept is to try and provide access down to the Rose Creek drainage channel for equestrian purposes. But it also, of course, and this is private. This is not going to be community access. This would be privately owned. But one of the other reasons for doing this is it obviously increases the area of lot 4 and 5 to meet the half-acre minimum. So if we eliminate those staffs, so to speak, there would need to be a different configuration. And I don't know how that would lay out, how lot 4 and 5 would actually have the half-acre minimum if that was eliminated.
Would this run afoul of our flag lot ordinance?
No, so the flag lot is only for access from the street. This is kind of not the mass portion of these flag lots, so to speak, is not for public access. It's not providing emergency access or this does not technically violate the strict standards for subdivision development in the city. It's very unusual, but typically what we're looking at is area, width, frontage. We look at the lot lines. We try to have the lot lines be perpendicular to the street as far as the side yard lot lines. And of course, as they have a radius around the cul-de-sac, we're trying to have those lot lines even have some type of perpendicularity to the cul-de-sac. So strictly speaking, lots 4 and 5 are not they're in compliance with the subdivision ordinance, but they are very unusual.
Parcel
obviously.
A, what would happen with that?
So, in fact, that's on my next slide, I believe, if I may. There was some concept about whether or not that could be potentially donated or traded to the city. As you saw in the language in the draft ordinance, maybe go to the next slide here. Yeah, our options, of course, approve, deny, modify, And here's the zoning conditions. Now, in the ordinance itself, it currently does not include this red text. I spoke with the applicant yesterday. He had reviewed the staff report and, of course, the draft ordinance, and he did not want to communicate to anyone that he was just simply prepared to donate that open space to the city. It's on the table, I suppose. He said he wanted to have this language say donate, trade, or sell open space. So that would all be negotiated. And of course, it has to be something that would be acceptable to the city, which is in this language as well. And that's the end of my presentation. Any questions, or are there any of those slides that you want to go back to, take a look at, and have more discussion on?
Michael, I have a question. In reading the letter from the developer, this original 5 1-acre lots with no zoning change map that was sent in. Apparently the developer is suggesting that city staff was not supportive of this idea, that they wanted the more traditional cul-de-sac streets. So is there any reason in our ordinances that this particular 5 1-acre lot layout is not tenable for us, or is there any reason we can't do that?
Now, I was not involved in the initial meeting with this applicant. I believe Bryn and Blake had met with this applicant. And if I'm wrong, Blake, you can correct me. So I had not seen this until I saw the letter that was submitted to the city council.
So this is Blake. This doesn't look familiar to me, but I can, just by looking at it, knowing the grades out there and visiting the site, Lot 3 will be next to impossible to match the grades that the fire department would require to get back there. And it's in the floodplain. So that whole thing would be unbuildable, and we don't know if that house would even be there. So I think when we started, if this is something that I looked at, I think that would have been something where we probably started saying, hey, let's lay it out a little differently and look at Lot 3 pulling something out of, not making that not be there, because I don't think you'll ever get access back to that or be able to build in there with the floodplain being there.
Right. And then we also, of course, you couldn't just do a shared driveway. We could do a private road, but it would require, more width to the vehicular access. And then, as I mentioned, typically our city engineering standards is we would want this to end in some type of a cul-de-sac, and not what this is kind of a modified hammerhead. So under current conditions, with the FEMA map the way it is right now, yeah, this is not something that we could approve.
Okay.
Questions, discussion by council members on this item?
For what it's worth, I've been looking at this for a good month now. I've been looking at every possible angle and idea and workaround to try and find a way to get 5 homes there. And I'm inclined to keep the 1 acre minimum, keep the zoning as it is, but I just don't see them getting the 5 houses there. I think the most they could get would be 4. And I'm sure that's disappointing to the applicant and the current landowner, but just with all the feedback from, Sherry and I went to a meeting, there was probably 25, maybe 30 neighbors. Listen, what's that?
We were outside, it was safe.
Yeah, we were outside. And to a person, they were all opposed to the half-acre or to the half-acre lots. There's a real unique aspect and feel to this part of Herriman over there, and I think it is worthy of preservation for as long as it makes sense to do that. even the owner of Ken Cove, who developed it at the half-acre lots, he wanted to develop south of 139th as half-acre lots and was denied before. Other people expressed they had applied. I can't remember her name off the top of my head. I think she said she's applied 4 times to rezone to half-acre lots over the years and been denied 4 times. And just with the history and everything, I'm inclined to vote against the rezone to half-acre lots. So that's kind of where I am. I don't know what anybody else's thoughts are right now.
And I'll just echo, we did go to this meeting. I spoke to the residents, and the same I'll speak here, is that my responsibility is to represent the people. And if I have a preponderance of people that are reaching out to me and asking me to not make this kind of change, and in respect even to the Planning Commission, they also did not recommend approval of this for specific reasons. And I think specifically because it would be nice to preserve something in Herriman, some sort of heritage that this uniqueness in this neighborhood. Well, these people didn't. There is a neighborhood here, and sometimes, how can I say this politically correct? Sometimes I think we're lacking that in some areas in our city, this unique neighborhood feel, the place that people move here and they don't want to move. They don't even need to upgrade or downgrade homes or anything. They moved here for a specific purpose, and their intent is just to live here forever because that's the neighborhood that's been created there. And I really hate to see just for an extra house to have, those kinds of things change. Then I understand that by moving this and reconfiguring lots, the idea was to say, well, they still have large animal rights, but it won't be the same. And I can almost assure you that if you approve this, then it'll be a domino effect, and everything that we have in our city, these acre lots will just continue to erode, and we'll never preserve any of that. So the question is, do we want to preserve some of that uniqueness, that Herriman feel that we hear all the time, or do we want to continue to let it just steamroll and go away? So my inclination is also to say no. We can have some 1 acre lots, and it's unfortunate. And I 100% respect the investment of many, many, many years that this gentleman who owns this property has in, and I appreciate his need to obviously make as much money as he can on his piece of property. I don't fault that at all. I think that's no different than every one of us would want to make a maximum profit off of something we've invested 40 years into. So I appreciate that very much, but I still think that there is ways to develop this that it doesn't take away his right to develop. I'm not saying he shouldn't. He can, but I just think he needs to comply with the 1 acre lots because of that, because of the impact to the rest of the neighborhood, and just feeling my responsibility to be a voice for them.
I'll add my comment here quickly. To Sherry's point, this not just this particular parcel, but this whole street 139 or south in this area is very unique. There is a uniqueness to it down there that you have to actually be down there to really experience and feel. I certainly recognize the rights of an individual to on their own property, and their rights to develop as well. And honestly, for me, the requested zoning currently fits within our general plan, and so that's something that I certainly have to consider. Do we want to approve or not approve something that is consistent with our general plan? But honestly, for me, the biggest issue that I have with the proposal that is currently in front of us is, again, the way that they're currently configured. And I appreciate the fact that they were configured to try and allow that, that access down to what is, the drainage or hopefully the equestrian trail or over to Butterfield Park area. I appreciate what they were trying to accomplish there, but I don't think that this is the right way to go about it. And without those extra, parcels as they're laid out, then they don't meet that half-acre requirement. Again, while I appreciate what they do, I just don't think that this is the right way to go about it. And that's because of the challenges that exist with the topography of this particular parcel, with the drainage, the area that's in the floodplain. It just simply creates challenges that are very, very hard to overcome, and then to make, lay out in a feasible way to develop under their current request. Again, so while I'm not necessarily opposed solely on the requested zoning, because I do recognize those rights, and the fact that we have a general plan that allows that in this area, and there has been some in the area, I don't disagree with the point that there is a need at times to just preserve zoning. But that being said, under the current proposal that's in front of us to evaluate tonight, and the way that it's laid out and the way they have to go about it because of the challenges with the topography and how they have to go about getting the amount of land required to meet that half-acre minimum, I don't think this is the best way to go about it, and would not be in favor of the current proposal in front of us.
I guess my 2 cents, I apologize for anybody that's heard me say some of this stuff many, many times over the last 4.5 years. But for me, zoning issues and developments, why I got involved in all this at the community level, organizing my neighborhood and working with developers in the city and sometimes against them to get better results. So I really appreciate the neighbors being involved. Sometimes these things come up and nobody pays any attention. They think someone else will take care of it, and then they see bulldozers out there, and then they want to get involved and do something. By then, it's too late, right? The decisions are made. So bravo to those that have gotten involved at the right time and done it the right way, not only for this one, but we're seeing that with multiple other areas. For me, it's a matter of, to address the property rights in the process. For me, zoning protects property rights, right? It's not just, I get tired of the discussions of that a property owner can do whatever they want with their property. I have the right to do whatever I want. Well, what I do on my property affects my neighbor, and they have property rights. And that's why we have zoning and this process, so that you can weigh in and say, if you allow them to do that on their property, this is the effect it has on my property. And we have the whole neighborhood and others that are involved in that conversation. So I like these conversations where that gets to happen, right? Too often, especially with these bigger ones, the developers come in and try to, and I'm not saying this developer has done that, but on the bigger ones we've been involved with, they throw their weight around and make threats even and all kinds of things and try to pressure us into making these changes. For me, the process is the same, whether it's a large developer or a small one. If you're asking for more than what it's currently zoned, you have to prove that fits with the surroundings, that there's a benefit to everyone for that, and it's not going to affect your surrounding neighbor's property rights and what they want to do. In this case, I don't think it doesn't reach that bar for me, and I think that was the Planning Commission's decision as I look back at their meeting and the conversation they had, and the reason that they're giving us the recommendation to deny it is that it doesn't really reach that level, right? There's not that benefit to outweigh the potential negatives. The integrity of the surrounding area, the change in the nature. There's the argument that, well, half acre is still horse property. Speaking from experience, while you technically can have them there, the likelihood is very, very minimal, and it absolutely changes the nature of the entire area. I've gone through that before myself. I'll say my wife was one of them, said that if you don't have an acre or more, you're not getting large animals. I appreciate the effort to try to figure out a way to get a fifth one in there, and the idea that, well, it's 5 acres, there should be 5 homes. Well, that's not the case. There's a reason that it's zoned 1 per acre, right? To preserve that. I call it the integrity of the area. So for me, it just, as I go through the list and the process, there's just no way to do it. And in looking at that last slide in the conversation was just had, if there were a way to technically fit that 5th one down in the drainage area that fits the safety and engineering standards, great, but it doesn't. The land is the land, and that's not our responsibility to help increase the value of the land. That's what it is. The topography is what it is. And if there's no way to change that, there just isn't. That's kind of the first rule in investing, right, in real estate is location, location, location. So I think if we keep it at the current zoning, that's not impeding their ability to develop. They can still develop the property under the current zoning, just as the immediate neighbors have done so. And in the past, as has been noted, when they've requested more, they were denied that. So then why would we change that for one that comes in at the end when there's different people in the seats? So I just want to go through all that as I've gone through my deliberation, looked at all the comments, et cetera. All the checks are on the opposite side of the ledger for me, so I have to agree with the others at this point that it's best in this area to deny this request and keep the current zoning.
Chase, do you mind hopping on here for us? So I just asked our attorney to hop in. I've got a couple questions here real quick. So there's a couple of points that were brought up. The first question that I just would like you to address real quick is somebody was, one of the individuals that spoke earlier made the comment that they were told by a previous council that this would never be different. Can you go into maybe some specifics about what a previous council can do to a future council?
The answer to that is very little. Legislative changes always occur from council to council, and councils have a hard time binding others, especially by ordinance and changes to your own city code, which includes zoning. And those are updated, as we know, with master plans, with general plans, as the community develops. So to answer your question, Mayor, there's very little that they can do in terms of binding future councils, in terms of zoning changes, and those are always, like I said, subject to legislative changes.
So just to kind of put that in a little different, basically, we can't make a promise that says this will never happen, because the next people that come into the seat can always change it, right? Especially in an ordinance type situation.
Generally, that's true. I mean, there are always things that you can do in terms of restricting land that you sell with easements or other encumbrances.
And contracts and stuff like that. But as a general rule, we can't be bound by what the previous council has done. Not to say that we don't intend to do our best to honor promises that have been made, but I just want to make sure that we point that out. Second question that I have, and I briefly discussed this with you earlier before the meeting, as our attorney, when we receive a request that for a zoning change that meets the current general plan, is it your recommendation that we should comply with that request since it meets the current general plan?
I think you have to look at that on a case-by-case basis. I think some of the things that you've identified here do largely comply with the general plan, but there are also some things that maybe are gauche to that and that conflict with the overall general plan, not just for that specific area, but for maybe the development within Herriman as a whole. So generally, I think it's a good and wise best practice to follow what's in your general plan. But again, there's a lot of legislative discretion that's given to the council to look at the particular layout and the particular scenario on a case-by-case basis.
Can I make a clarification?
Yes,
when it comes to the general plan gives a range, right? That doesn't mean that you have to allow the maximum of the range. So by keeping as it is, it's still in compliance with the general plan.
I think that's a fair point, Councilman Henderson. I absolutely think that's a fair point. Okay, thank you, Chase. I think you've answered my questions. I appreciate that.
Sorry, Mayor, if I could add one more thing too. I think it's good as a best practice, and this council has done this very well tonight, is to identify the reasons for either an approval or a denial, especially if there is an appeal of that, or if there's ever litigation that were to stem from something like this. It's always good to have reasons for approval or denial, like you've identified here. And I'm not saying we've made a decision, but it's good to articulate those, to discuss those as a body and make them very clear on the record.
Okay, thank you.
Can I interject just one more thing too? I did speak with the residents in this area about this exact issue, and we are obviously in the middle of a general plan revision, and we're trying to update that and get that taken care of. And I would propose, obviously not right this second, but that we take a look at this too. If there's area like this particular area, we designate that on the general plan to make sure that we have located that and say, hey, we really want this area preserved. I think that that's important as we're going through this process, to make sure that not only are we indicating that here perhaps, but that we make sure it's indicated on the general plan so that it's very clear.
That's a great idea.
All right, is there any further discussion or questions by the members of this council? Okay, if there's not, I'm happy to accept a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion
Can I
to.
have one question before we make a motion?
Two.
Michael, you can answer this. If we deny the application as it is right now, do they have to start all over? Or is there a way that we could table this, they could modify it according to the feedback we've given that would give them a faster path to approval? I still want to try and, talking with Cade, the owner of the property, they're trying to buy another property. I know they want this to go as quickly as possible. So I'd like to find a way to try and accommodate that, the most rapid process that we could for them.
So the zoning application and the subdivision application are two different applications. So denial of this does not close the door on the subdivision. We probably ought to ask ourselves whether or not that subdivision application that was shown to the community as part of the neighborhood, outreach process, if it were to go from 5 to 4 months, for example, does that warrant maybe going back to the community again? Or does the council, this is really a matter of policy and interpretation. Sandra Llewellyn obviously is our liaison in coordinating these things. But as you can appreciate, when do you need to go back and have another neighborhood meeting? It's not really spelled out in our policy. So there's a judgment call to be made there. But we would still work with the existing application they've already filed.
Okay, that's good to hear. I'm glad that those are two separate things. I really want them to find a rapid path forward, whatever that ends up being.
All right, any further questions?
Just a quick comment. I mean, to your point, Michael, obviously, if they develop under their current zoning, then that's a different process for them because the zoning is already in place and there isn't a request. That being said, obviously, because of the type of process that it's gone through already, my only advice would be is that communication is always the best policy to be able to make sure that obviously as you start to make changes to your property, even within the current zoning that you have, that you communicate that out so that people know what to anticipate moving forward. But again, when the zoning's already in place, there are some rights that are already there because of the zoning being in place.
Right, and the subdivision process will require a public hearing notice. It will be a public hearing process with the planning commission.
There really is, for that process, to Steve's question, they don't necessarily have to start completely over with a new application, et cetera. They're gonna have to amend it to fit the current zoning, which then that amended plan does have to go through the appropriate process to make sure it meets all the standards and planning commission, et cetera. It sounds like the only question is, would we require them to go back and have another neighborhood meeting? I think it actually would be best practice, I think. Whether it's required seems ambiguous, though, the way we have things written.
Yeah.
with that, are we ready?
I'll accept a motion.
For what it's worth, in this particular case, though, with the copious amount of feedback and interaction from the neighborhood, I think it would be a unanimous support of the 4 1 acre parcels. And again, if we want to recommend that, that's fine, but I wouldn't necessarily think it's a requirement for them to move forward. I think the neighborhood's kind of made their opinions pretty well known.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and accept a motion from Councilman Henderson at this time.
Oh yeah, I'll make a motion to deny ordinance number 2020-27, authorizing a zoning map amendment for 5 acres of property located at 6221 West, 13900 South from A1 to A5 with the zone. Do I need to read the rest of that? All right.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Clint?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
And I will vote no. That motion does pass. I'd like to take just a moment here real quick and explain my decision and my vote. My vote is more about a matter of process than about the concerns and requests of the residents. We use the general plan on a regular basis to discourage developers from doing things differently than what we would want. So that is our guiding document. And so in this situation, I feel like when we are not allowing a resident who has had a reasonable request within that falls within the scope of our general plan, especially when, you know, right across the street is a matching zone, that we are not being consistent in our application of the general plan. With regards to the specific layout, I agree with all the concerns and questions, and I'm not looking necessarily at this plat and this request for where the lots go or how many buildings there are, simply on the request for the rezone. I feel like we are not being consistent, and so in order for me to feel that we are being consistent, I felt that it would be appropriate to approve this. With that being said, however, the motion did fail, or the motion did pass, so the request has been denied. So I'm only one member of that. I just wanted to explain my reasoning behind that. With that, is there any other members of the council that would like to make comment on their vote? Okay, we will, future meetings, our next city council meeting will be a work meeting only on August 19th at 5:30 for the city council. It will not be a general meeting. Our next general meeting will be on the 26th of August with a work meeting before that meeting. The next planning commission meeting will be August 20th at 7 p.m. We do have some events coming up, including our Pedalpalooza on August 15th at Butterfield Park at 9 a.m. And then, as always, we have our Hungry Herriman food truck roundup every Monday at 5 p.m. With that, I will accept a motion to adjourn our general meeting and go back into work meeting.
So moved.
Second.
With the 5 minute.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We will take a short 5-minute recess. We will return at 9:55. Welcome. We're on mute. All right, we'll get going again here as soon as we get somebody else back online. Yay, there's Sherry. All right. So we will go ahead and get going on item 2.5, Unified Fire Service Area Update. Brett.
So Mayor and Council, this has been a discussion we've been having for quite some time about looking at the numbers as we're members of the district, Unified Fire Service District. And I want to talk about the numbers and rehearse the numbers, what we've been working with Tony Hill, the CFO of Unified Fire Service Area, and also Don Burchett, Assistant Chief, Unified Fire, and then Chief Woodison is also online if you have any questions for them. Tony Hill particularly has been working a lot with Alan Ray to help us have a good understanding of the numbers and or some 10-year history of Herriman City and its member as with the district. And in the early years, we were not paying for all of our services that we were receiving, but very strongly the last 5 years, we've been paying more into the service district than we were receiving. And we're going to walk through those numbers of what it is today as it stands, and I'll have Alan come on and talk about that. And then if you want to, like I said, him and Tony have been working together. If you get any questions for Tony Hill, go ahead and ask them, and he'll be able to chime in on that. And then I want to walk through with what the committee that Jared was part of, the 7 committee members that were on the, trying to figure out how do we separate when Riverton gave their notice to leave the Unified Fire Service Area and what that meant, and then what their proposal is going to the board of Unified Fire Service Area next Tuesday morning. And with that said, I will ask Alan to chime in on, go through the numbers where, as they stand before we look at the separation with Riverton and leaving the district, and then what it looks like when we, if they use the percentage. Go ahead, Alan.
Well, so it's a lot like Brett said. When we first started in the district, or at least going back to 2011, that's what I have. We were actually the recipient of extra money in the early portion of that period. You know, it was 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 a year that we were not paying our way. But since 2016, we've gone positive, and we're positive now going forward by roughly $1 million a year. That is, that our residents are paying property taxes in amount to around $1 million a year now, more than what the cost of the service is. So in the course of from 2011 to now, our residents have paid into the district $1,560,000 more than what they received in services. So that's the numbers we're working with. Now, under the proposal that has been made, that the distribution of fund balance be based on the percentage of budgeted expenses, with a limit of 15% of the fund balance, because that's the limit that UFSA is trying to maintain, is the 15%. So under the calculation as it's proposed right now, we would receive $785,000 approximately of fund balance of the 15,560,000 that we've paid in. So under the current proposal, we would be leaving about $800,000 on the table here. Now, one of the things that really stands out with this calculation as we move forward is that in 2021, if we're still in the district in 2021, we will put roughly $1,100,000 additionally into the fund balance. But that extra $1,000,000 that our residents contribute to the fund balance will only generate about $92,000 of additional payout to us because of the way the payout is structured. It's structured based on expenses and doesn't take into consideration revenue. So, you know, that's the numbers we're looking at right there. Is that you know, as we go forward, where we're putting more and more and more as the positive side of this, the longer we stay in UFSA, the more it will cost us.
And I will say this, we've actually been very open and honest and candid with Unified Fire Service Area CFO and their administrator and the chiefs, the Chief Peterson and Assistant Chiefs Don Burchett and Riley Pilgrim. Let them know what's going on, what we're thinking with this change. And if the committee votes to do this change on this percentage, which the board may do that on Tuesday, because of the way it's designed, I, as your city manager, recommend that we give notice or be prepared to give notice that morning of the board meeting, because of, and ask for a request that we let it all out at the 1st of January of 2021. That way, if we stay in another year, we lose another $1.2 million. Is that right, Alan?
Yeah, it's about, well, it's roughly $1 million a year. Yeah, it's over $1 million, I would say.
So, I mean, like I said, they've been great to work with. They've been very transparent, very clear about sharing the numbers with us. And getting counsel from my council members, I know how you feel about Herriman citizenry paying those taxes into this district, and we're basically subsidizing other areas of the district, or it is building a fund balance for the district, one of the two. And it's probably a little of both. But I want Chase to actually talk about the interlocal that's designed to talk about it. In reality, they don't have to give us anything other than when all we get is the burden on the payments of 123. Chase, you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, like Brett mentioned, the interlocal is kind of silent on how the parties are to separate. It does provide provisions allowing the parties to separate, kind of spells out the procedure for that, but not about the distribution of assets and the assignment of debts and other obligations at that separation. That being said, there's always kind of built into contractual relationships like this an assumption that the parties will be equitable with one another. And there is a provision within this interlocal agreement. I believe, I'm sorry, I'm pulling it up here now. It's in section 17. Not sure if you have that with you, but I'll just reference it briefly. And it essentially says that the parties will work together with one another to make sure that they are not damaging or harming the other parties that are remaining part of the district. And so that's one of the things that we will look to do as if we decide to leave. And one thing that UFSA should also consider as we make those considerations, and as Riverton and other entities have already made those decisions or will be making those decisions in the future. So like I said, there is it's not absolutely clear within the interlocal about those specific terms, but like I mentioned, there are built into agreements like this assumptions that the parties will be equitable, and then there is that specific provision stating that the parties will not do any harm to the remaining parties within UFSA.
So also in the interlocal, it also talks about how you have to give notice, and I know you're probably questioning why is it not on the agenda for you to approve that. You can do it that way, or you give me direction to issue that letter. And it says it says our intention's in to give notice to leave. Doesn't mean we are going to leave. It just says give notice that we're going to leave. And Chase will draft that letter. He's already been working on it. Also, we'll make it very clear in the letter that just because we want to look at maybe possibly separate from the district, we have no intentions of separating from the fire UFA, the services part side of the house. And we'll have that in a letter. Also, we'll make the statement publicly. And I also want, at this point, unless there's any comments or questions to us, I'd like Tony to just come on and say, you know, what our relationship's been working back and forth, the confidence that it's been a great, amenable conversation about sharing the numbers back and forth. Tony, you on? I don't want you to stay up all night for nothing, right?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, I just will echo what's been said. It's been great. Alan's been good to work with. Brett, Councilmember Henderson's been on the work group and led this discussion for UFSA. So you know, feel good about where we're at. Feel confident in the numbers that we've provided and that have been vetted with your staff. And you know, ready to just happy to answer any questions and move forward. I will just maybe just mention as Chase was talking, I think it's important to just note that, you know, this exit is not from UFA, so that the UFA interlocal that I believe being referenced isn't really the guiding document for the discussion here. The service area is put together through statute, and there's statute that is dictating the separation. And so just wanted to make that point as we move this forward.
That's correct, Tony. Other thing I'd ask is Councilman Henderson has been very, very involved with this committee and trying to come to some compromises as Riverton's getting ready to leave. And what does this mean if we decide to leave the district ourselves, as we will possibly serve our letter of intent to leave the district, and how that came about to settle on this versus the long drawn out process of something different than what it is. Is that fair to say, Jared?
Yeah, I'll try to kind of summarize the road we've been on, some of the things that people have said already, and kind of where we're at now. So going back in time, and I think this will kind of help differentiate this situation versus our situation with Slovisa and UPD. But as is mentioned, going back in time when you know, previous city leaders agreed to join this particular organization, there were, I believe, 5 members or 5 voting members of the board. So it was fairly small and fairly manageable. It was, I would say, kind of smaller areas, just trying to combine resources to provide a reasonable service. And since then, it has morphed. We're now at rather than a 5-member voting board for Slovisa, for UFSA, the taxing district, I believe it's 15 voting members versus UFA's 18. There are 3 contractor member cities that aren't part of UFSA that just contract through UFA. So it has changed quite a bit, and we've talked in this body publicly as well about kind of our concern over that kind of the governance of our citizens' tax funds that we're stewards for. Our voices, our kind of control over that and discretion has become minimized a bit. So that's been kind of an ongoing concern. But what's driven this particular discussion at this time is that looking at the finances, UFSA simply is the funding mechanism. It collects the taxes and then contracts for services with the service provider, UFA. Right? We're not part owners of UFA. We're part owners of UFSA, and we've agreed. And that's what has changed. I would say that would be different if we had tried to separate from both entities before some of these changes to the agreements and interlocals were made, or changes to the statute, et cetera, from the scandal a few years ago. And at that time, our leadership agreed to the new structure, which is we don't have ownership in UFA. We have ownership in UFSA, and we contract for services. So we've agreed, the analogy that I've used is, it's kind of like we've agreed to live in a house with several roommates, and we're all part owners of the house, and we all pay our rent to the house, and we have our room there, and that's where we live. But then we also agreed to go to dinner instead of buying groceries and cooking. And we agreed that when we go to dinner, we're just going to do it family style, and we will split the check at the end, right? Regardless of who eats what. That's kind of how it's set up. So now that in this case, for that analogy, we're simply saying, you know what, we just don't want to, we're saying two things. We don't want to just split that check anymore, because as we're looking at it more and more, you know what, you guys just keep ordering all these appetizers and I just don't eat any. We just do it, right? We're not benefiting at the same rate as others. We don't want to pay out those costs. We just want to pay for what we're eating. We'd rather just do it a la carte. We still want to go to dinner with you, but I'll just pay for what I'm eating, right? And at the same time, we're saying, you know what, my situation's changed. I want to move out of the house. And our partners in the house are saying, well, that's fine, but we still have a mortgage, right? So UFSA owns property, land, and has bonded to pay for that property and land. So there are assets there and there's liability. So I know Alan disagrees with me on this, but looking back in time, now that we've made this new agreement that we were gonna go do the family dinner and just split the check, that's what we've agreed to going forward. We just can't agree to do that anymore. We can't really go back in time and say, well, I know we agreed to that a few years ago, but we didn't benefit from it the same as everyone else. We want you to pay us the difference in the services. I don't feel that we really have a claim to that. We gave that up when we agreed to this new structure. What we do have a claim to is the assets of the district, our share of the equity in the house, right? But the people who are living there aren't going to sell their portion of the house. And there's also debt on it. So we need to pay our portion of the debt that we agreed to, but that will be offset by the equity that we own in the house. Does that analogy make enough sense? So from trying to simplify it, that's kind of where we are going forward. The way that the statute reads is simply that if an entity wants to leave, you need to give 12 months notice. That does not mean that it has to be 12 months. It also says that the reason for that 12 months is so that both parties can figure out how to do it equitably and agree on something. And that should give ample time to do that. And if the parties can't agree then on how to split up that equity and the debt, then we'll do a feasibility study and have that data, and you guys can basically go to court and fight over it, and the judge will decide what's fair. So what we're trying to do is say, let's sit down and decide on something that let's see if we can agree on something that both parties can move on and be in good shape with. So at the same time, Riverton gave their notice back in February, right? So they're well into this process, and that's what's driven it to this point. At the same time, the people who are living in the house are wanting to buy another house, and they're wanting to go out and get more debt, and we don't want to be part of that new debt. So we've had to step up our timetable to make our decision to move out. So what we're proposing to the board, and I know I've talked to all of you individually, but to have this kind of fully for the public, I've been very open, as Brett said, with the board that it is likely, I've said this publicly in the board meetings, I feel that it is likely that we would end up separating from UFSA. It was just a matter of us, tying up the loose ends and knowing exactly what the numbers were and timing, et cetera. Well, as we're looking at it, what we found out, as Alan said, is that if we say delay our decision any further and even go another 12 months, we know that we're just basically giving them another $1.1 to $1.2 million. And Tony and IFO and those and the leadership there recognize that as well. And so I think, and Tony, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they're kind of in our corner that what we're proposing is fair, and they don't necessarily think it would be fair to hold us into the district for a whole nother year, really for no other reason, it would seem to me, other than to try to hang on to that extra money. So at the same time that Riverton is leaving, they're going through the same thing. What's been posed to the board is, how do we, it actually is written in either the interlocal and or statute that anyone who leaves does have to pay, quote, their share of the existing debt, right? So what's been proposed is that we've already agreed to a percentage calculation going forward for financial decisions. 50% based on population, the other 50% based on taxable revenue. And that's where we get the percentage that's been referenced. So they're wanting to assign that percentage of debt for the remainder of that bond, which I believe goes to 2035, Tony?
Correct, yeah.
To 2035, and so using the percentage on the debt, that we know what those payments would be every year through the end of that bond, basically for what we've agreed to so far. And in exchange, Herriman would then take ownership of the stations and land in our boundaries that has been financed either by that bond or through cash, basically through our payments up to this point, right? But then there is a bank account. There's a fund balance. So how much of that fund balance should we get? And my assertion has been, if we're going to treat it one way, it's a balance sheet. You have assets and liabilities. So if you've got the debt and the fund balance, if you're going to assign us that percentage of the debt, then it makes sense to assign us at least that percentage of the fund balance. In Riverton's situation, that's what Riverton is saying. And there's been kind of pushback that, well, if you actually look back at the services received over time, et cetera, that Riverton's in a deficit, they shouldn't get any fund balance. From my point of view, I don't know that that's necessarily fair. Riverton will assert that's not fair, and if we try to do that to them, I'm sure that they will fight it, and we will end up in the feasibility study in the courtroom, and that's what we're trying to avoid and find something that fits. I totally agree with Alan. If we agree to the percentage, we potentially would leave that $800,000 on the table, but the process for us to try to get that would be just that. We would have to fight for it over the course of the next 18 months or more and in the courtroom, because the other members of UFSA are not going to agree to that. Riverton's definitely not going to agree to that. The way I look at it is that's a sunk cost. We agreed to that by going to dinner and saying we'll split the check. But what we can't agree to is continue to do that in the future. So what we've proposed is, look, if you're going to use a percentage on the debt side, use it on the fund balance side, and it just makes sense that the land and buildings that's been purchased in the city's boundaries with those funds stays within that city's boundaries. That's what we're going to need to use to provide service going forward. That just makes sense. Everyone's kind of in agreement with that. Everyone's been in agreement on the debt side. It's just been the fund balance. And so by us being willing to say, yep, that's what we agreed to, we'll make good on that, essentially, you're going to use if you can put it this way, our $800,000 to fund the Riverton side. That's what we agreed to when we went to dinner. They ate all the appetizers. We didn't have any, but we agreed to split the check. But going forward, we can't agree to be stuck in this for another 12 months or any longer. So, and again, step in anytime, Tony, if I missed something or haven't gone far enough. What we're proposing to the board is that, look, we're willing to agree to this going forward, because I think it makes things much more simple, and any member going forward knows what to expect, whether they're coming into the district or leaving the district. It kind of ties up that loose end on the interlocal and the statute that, look, this is kind of what we've done before, whether it's plus or minus, you know what you're getting into. Right, and it really is on the member to analyze whether this is the right situation to be in or not, and how to get in and how to get out. But we are potentially the ones taking the hit to kind of set things right going forward for both sides. So what we're proposing is we're willing to agree to that, really with one big condition, that you let us out at the same time as Riverton. We're not gonna basically dump another $1.2 million into the dinner pot when we're not going to dinner next year. Does that make sense? So I know, Tony, that you sent an email sometime today. I mean, doing my regular job and sent over here, I haven't been able to get through the entire thing, but it's basically 3 parts, it looked like, kind of what this kind of the precedence that this would set for the board as far as kind of policy when entities leave, and then 2 specific memos from this committee that I was a part of to give a recommendation to the UFSA board at the meeting on Tuesday for the separation of Herriman and Riverton. I think there's a couple little things in there that we need to talk about, but I'll get that forwarded to the rest of council, and we can look at the details and get back to them with any changes that we potentially need to make. But that is the, believe it or not, Reader's Digest version of the last, 10 months.
And there's more to that than council. As we make this decision on the 19th of August, when we meet for that work meeting, the reason it's on the agenda is it's actually stepped up by a couple weeks because this committee's decision to go with this percentage. It's kind of forcing our hand to get out as fast as we can. With that said, if they allow us to leave 1st of January, you got to understand that we got to pay for services in that first year. And it's going to have to come from a trends loan or something, because we will not have the property taxes coming from a district to pay for those services. Me and Al have been working on that as well. It's doable, but it's going to be a rough road, and we figure by about 3 years we'll be made whole again and be able to pay our own time after we form a district in 2021. So when those 2021 taxes come in, then we'll be paying back ourselves. It's like Unified Fire Service Area does with their trends loans. And in 3 years, we figure about roughly 3 years, we'll be able to make that back, and then we'll have to borrow that money again to pay for services the first part of the year. Also, is how we pay this debt on Station 123 and the property at Rose Canyon. Those will be conversations I'll be bringing up to you on the 19th. So those are other thoughts and ideas about how we separate those issues as well. It's all doable in the big picture, long-term picture. When I say 5 or 10 years down the road, Herriman is made whole and our residents are keeping their dollars here and paying for the services here with Unified Fire, and we will be owning our own stations. Another problematic issue is anybody that's been in Station 103, it's way overdue being rebuilt. We proposed a new location for that, and actually works out good with the Dark Horse programming that Don come out and shared with us. But the point being, we got to build a fire station right away too, and all these things we're taking into consideration. But here again, I want to tell you, long-term plan, we're better off to get out of the district and just pay for the services of the member. So there's a lot of discussion coming up. I don't want you to be blindsided by all that coming on the 19th, because those ought to be all got to be part of your consideration about how we move forward.
Well, the timing is important because as I understand it, a taxing district can only be set up January 1st calendar year, Alan, and we have to do certain things between now and then to set it up.
So the district has to be established by January 1st for us to collect taxes in 2021. The other thing is that the impact fees that we've been through for everyone else would have to be done fairly quickly, because for impact fees to be collectible on January 1st, when we start our district, we would have to have the district in place no later than September 3rd, or have the impact fees in place no later than September 30th. Because once you approve them, they don't go into effect for 90 days. So you would have to, if we intend to collect impact fees on day one, we got till the end of September to have an impact fee study done.
So we absolutely need. So I guess what's before us right now, with the board potentially making a decision on an agreement with Riverton and or us next Tuesday, is we kind of need to give Brett direction, I think tonight, to have Chase prepare that letter and have it ready for the board meeting Tuesday. I think we'd prefer to do it during a general meeting and have an official vote, etc. But that's not required. We'd prefer that, but my feeling in talking with some of the other board members, especially Riverton, is pushing for the decision to be made. They've been patient working through this, and they have the same time deadline. They want to get the agreement done so they can move forward on this. So one, we need to be ready for that, so we need to give some direction tonight on that. And then the next part is, in the next really 2 to 3 days, by Friday afternoon, we need to nail down what we're proposing and make any changes to the memo that Tony sent out today. So I'll get with all of you in the next 48 hours to see if there's anything that we need to adjust there. And then if the board agrees Tuesday and we agree to that, then we move with that timeline that Alan just talked about. There's a lot of work to be done, but we simply can't. That's what we have to do if we don't want to toss that money away.
I'm comfortable giving direction to our city manager to have that letter ready.
A couple of comments, if I can, and I won't belabor the point. The points have been made. I've had the chance to be part of a lot of the meetings leading up to where we're at right now. Certainly not all of them, but a lot of them, and to hear the discussion that's been had. The first thing I want to say and just echo and reiterate is that UFA's staff has been fantastic to work with through this process. Tony and Chief Peterson and Dom and Riley, all of them have been great to have the open dialogue with us and to be supportive and to reiterate multiple times that they are interested in supporting what is best for Herriman. So I want them to know how much I appreciate that. That being said, obviously you've had a lot of the data already presented to you tonight, so I don't need to recap that. And I think that we could, if we really wanted to, we could haggle over the particulars for a long time. And certainly that's not in our best interest to drag this out because of all the points that you just heard. That being said, the points that I made in the meeting as we met the other day and discussed this, again, this has all been really driven primarily at this point because of Riverton's decision to leave. And so I think that a lot of the focus has really just been focused on Riverton specific numbers, even though obviously we've had Alan and others doing work on our side to help us understand what these possible implications mean to us. And again, I think that you can debate whether it's one way is fair, to an entity versus another way that's fairer to a different entity. And to Jared's point, I think that in some ways, yes, we've certainly agreed to the model that's in place. What has never had to have been contemplated or decided up until this point is when somebody leaves, how you deal with that separation and how you go back and calculate if or what somebody is entitled to. So the point that I made the other day, which has already been made here tonight, is yes, to simplify the process, it means that we potentially leave a fairly substantial sum of money on the table. Again, we can argue back and forth whether or not that we feel like that we're entitled to it or not. The point really being is the latter point that's made is that, yes, I think it's fair and we can agree to it, again, as long as really they agree to let us out the end of this fiscal year, because it does not make sense to agree to this formula that's being proposed if we're not really going to allow us to get out sooner and again leave another $1 million on the table next year. So that's kind of was really how I phrased it. Yes, I don't think we can necessarily go back and change what's happened in the past, but certainly we can change what happens in the future. And that means from today, moving forward. And again, I'm supportive of moving in this direction, again, really with the caveat that we need to be out by the end of the year because the formula that's proposed, of course, does us no good to agree to that if, again, we don't have the other side of that, because it just requires us to leave too much of our residents' money on the table, really more than I would like to anyways. But that's a factor of kind of the position that we're in right now. But I appreciate the dialogue that's been had, again, the openness that's been had in the dialogue, and obviously support being prepared to give our intent at the board meeting next week so that we can finalize this. And again, we've still got a lot of work to do to make this happen in the time frame that we need to again be beneficial to the city.
I have a question. Tony, how does the UFSA staff view the proposal to leave at the same time as Riverton?
Yeah, so just following up to Councilmember Henderson, I'm completely supportive from my position. If the board asks me how I feel and if I'm supportive and okay with this kind of quick timeline for Herriman to leave by the end of the year, I'll absolutely say I'm supportive. I for whatever that's worth, the board gets to make that final decision, but I will with no problem make that recommendation.
Tony, it doesn't harm, the remaining municipalities or the organization, right?
No, it doesn't harm. I mean, not having Herriman in the UFSA moving forward is going to be, they're going to have to figure out how to cover the money that we won't receive now because Herriman is not part of the UFSA. And mainly in the impact fee area because of your growth. We've been collecting a lot of impact fees in your area, and that will, on January 1, if this all happens, go away. So the board will have to figure that out and make some decisions, but I don't think it's because of where the work group ended up. I wouldn't say UFSA is not going to be harmed, but they'll just have to move forward knowing that they'll have to change their approach maybe a little bit without Herriman in there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it does, because the question that a few of the board members have brought up is, well, what does this do to, how does it affect the service that we get from UFA? And the answer there is that it really doesn't. Herriman will continue to pay their portion of the member fee for the services they receive.
Yeah,
right?
So yeah, 100% right there, Councilman. That the service that your residents see from Unified Fire Authority will not change, not one bit. We'll have the exact same staffing in your stations, ambulances, same, right? How you choose to pay for your service absolutely will not change what your residents are seeing on a day-to-day basis from UFA.
And likewise, that shouldn't affect the other existing members of UFSA. What does change is, and the reason that I've mentioned in all the board meetings and in these meetings, for us to make our decision sooner than later is and to Clint's point, it's not just Riverton's withdrawal, it's the impending bond, right? And the district's plan to build more stations in other areas and go into debt for that. At least I feel that I've been pretty open and clear that, we need to make our decisions so that the board can then make adjustments to their plans to proceed with those.
Right, yeah, so I mean, right off the bat, if Herriman chooses to leave, there's 2 stations that are in the plan right now in Herriman City that would now UFSA not need to worry about. So we go from 7 to 5 and that obviously changes the debt payment and the size of the bond and everything moving forward. But UFSA will be prepared to deal with that and make that work.
I agree. I struggle walking away from, like 800,000 about, but I do agree with the analogy that it's something we agree to. We're a part of it. And so it's not time to walk away from the dinner table and say, well, we didn't eat enough. We don't want to have to pay. So I think that it would be fair. And we recoup that so quickly by not overpaying next year. If we can come to an agreement on that would say, yes, we, as long as you agree to walk away from that, then we agree to let that time expire January 1st. So I think I'm comfortable with that.
I want to just clarify one more thing, if I could, to what Brett had said about the figuring out a way to pay for the service while we're collecting the taxes. The way that it mechanically works is that we set up our taxing district January 1st, and we get to collect the tax money for that year. But we have to pay for the services before basically the county sends us the check for the taxes that were collected. So that first year, we have to figure out a way to make that payment up front, borrow it from somewhere, and then pay ourselves back. And we'll have to essentially do that. What we're estimating, Alan, right, is the first 3 years, we're not necessarily in debt, but we just have to have that transitional payment while we're collecting the taxes, to pay for the service. And then from then on, we're kind of money ahead and make our plans for those stations, et cetera.
And UFSA does now. Every year we do a tax revenue anticipation note in March, and that pays the member fee till October when the property taxes start coming in. So it'll be no different than what this area providing you the service now is doing.
I'd like to ask a question about going forward. Assuming this were to happen, we dissolve our relationship with UFSA and we're contracting with UFA for fire services. If it's determined that we need to add another station, would we then lease that station back to UFA to staff? I'm not sure how that process works.
No, in fact, with the existing stations, we would own them and operate them. We're the owners. We're just paying for them to provide the service. They own the trucks and equipment and the manpower. It's kind of like if you're paying for a security guard. He has all the equipment and stuff. We're just paying him to provide the security during that time.
Yeah,
so UFA owns no stations, and so the members of the service areas or the direct, we like to call them direct members, not contract cities, but the direct members, you own the stations, you handle the large capital projects, right? If like a new roof needs to be put on a station, that's a direct member responsibility, but UFA handles all the operating costs. So we pay for the lights and we pay for the power and we pay for the heating, and if we pay to water the grass, right? And all of the sort of day-to-day costs, that's part of your member fee to UFA. But if the station needs a large capital type improvement, then UFA would go to the direct member and say, okay, you need to repave the driveway at station 123. As the owner of the station, that's a capital project that you need to take care of.
The bottom line, Steve, if we actually charge them a rent on that station, they're going to put it on our bill that we have to pay them for service. They're going to get it back.
Sure,
So
I totally understand. The only reason I'm asking this is because, and again, I want to say this not because I'm necessarily opposed to or disagree with the analogy that's been given or anything. I just feel like in the public interest, I need to make this clear, is that if we're proposing to dissolve the relationship on this percentage basis, where we're going to assume a certain percentage of the liability and a certain percentage of the fund balance, I think it's clear, though, that we're not assuming a percentage of the building assets that UFSA has. We're only getting the value of the buildings that we have in the city of Herriman. And that's a different percentage than the other percentages that are being used.
That is true.
And so again, that extra money that we've paid, that Alan is talking about, has created equity in other buildings in the service area that we're not getting that percentage of as well. So again, I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but that needs to be stated clearly, that there's, in addition to the, whatever 1.56 million that Alan was calculating, there is a bit of an inequitable distribution of the equity that exists in the property that I'm questioning.
And I understand that, Steve, because when you look at the history, the impact fees have been collected in Herriman are higher than the other members. And so we've been paying more into that to benefit the whole bond for all the other stations were built in the past. That's how it was set up, and I understand your argument.
And as do I. But it's either we cut the cord at some point, or you stay in that situation.
It's the same piece. Why we need to get out.
Again, I completely agree with all of those statements, and I'm not necessarily saying that the proposed percentage solution is wrong. As I've been contemplating this, especially since the conversation I had with Jared earlier in the week, that part has been, I don't know, stuck in my craw a little bit. Just that's the way to redneck say it there.
Absolutely. I would say the process, Steve, kind of where I've talked with Riverton quite a bit about this and several other board members. That's kind of the purpose of the feasibility study, right? If we can't come to an agreement, well, then you do a feasibility study, and that feasibility study is it feasible, say, for Herriman to leave and take, say, what we would say is our due percentage of everyone else's buildings and land, right, that service their areas. Would those entities be able to continue to provide the same level of service? And the answer would be no. We would be harming them, right? So that then we go down that road, which we can, right? That's the option. We can go down that road and have that conversation and see where we end up, or try to arrive at something that both parties give some and move on.
And again, I'll just restate this. I'm not necessarily advocating that we go down that process, because that's a whole nother can of worms, and I'm not necessarily excited about that.
I think maybe we just require Riverton.
I needed to articulate that in the interest of our constituents, so that it's understood that I think this is.
We're given more than most.
Okay solution, but it's not a perfect solution.
Definitely not.
But it does get us out. It gets us moving forward. It will pay off down the road. There are some long-term benefits for this. But in the short term, Herriman's given up something.
Okay. I think we've given staff direction. Any further comments or discussion on this item?
I'm just going to suggest that Riverton officially change their name to Riverman. They're benefiting from our tax dollars in a lot of different ways.
All right, so we're going to move on to item 2.6, City Manager Updates. Brett Wood.
Hey, the only thing before I move on, I want to tell Tony Hill, thanks for staying with us tonight so late, and Dom Burchett. And just a moment, Dom is going to Idaho to give reverence to his brother Matt passing 2 years ago, anniversary in a wildland fire. So our heart and mind goes out to you, Dom, and thanks for hanging with us. And Chief Widdowson, appreciate you hanging in there with us tonight. So thank you.
And Rachel and everybody else that's put so much time into this. Thanks, guys.
As always, gentlemen, be safe out there.
Brett, can I just interrupt really fast? I'm super sorry about this, but I never had a chance at the beginning to bring these up, and I just want to see if these are some of the things you might be covering in your city manager updates. But I wanted to do the update on the fee in lieu on the reservoirs that we talked about a few weeks ago, a couple months ago. It seems like now. Want to know where we're at on that as far as bringing that back to us, and then conservation ordinances. I just wanted to know where we're at on the ordinances for the water conservation. Where we're at on getting our ordinances adjusted so we match up with some of those objectives and goals. And then I want to know where we're at on the water agreement with Jordan Valley. We're still way high, I think 174% of what we're contracted at. And then based on all the issues up at the Cove, I wanted to know what I saw, obviously, the master plan, which is great. It kind of helps us understand a little bit more, but I want to see maybe a little bit more detail about where we're at on getting water tanks in and things like that. There's a lot of costs associated with all that. How are we going to pay for it, and what's the schedule of taking care of some of those problems. So sorry, just wanted to rattle that off.
Yeah, you kind of missed the first part of the meeting of the work meeting. We actually talked about the ponds and unlandscaped areas, and Fee and Lou will be on the 19th work meeting. The draft's already out to council for review. Also, I said that Justin was going to prepare a report talking about the Cove issues and the whole big water master plan and lay that out to the council on the 26th of August work meeting. So you're going to have that coming up. The other one, I'm not sure where we're at with the ordinances on water conservation. Maybe Chase can chime in on that. I don't know that one for you.
Thanks. I'm sorry, and I'll go back and watch the first half of it. It's just I just wanted to make.
Well, we'll try to keep up with you. We're trying. I want to turn some time over to Chief Carr, if he's awake. Chief, you awake? He was saying going home or something. I don't know.
There he is.
I'm here. How are you?
He just likes
You
to
gotta
sit in
turn
the
on
dark.
the brighter light to help you stay awake.
Even the witness protection program? Well, I've got my trusty lamp here. I'll pull over. I'm gonna need just the facts and only the facts. That's the spotlight on me.
Okay, Chief, you want to give us an update on our TRV? It's a TRV. We've named it that. The Chief will talk you through. We talked about this a couple of years ago, and your city's been successful, your HPD has been successful of getting this piece of equipment, but we want to make sure we get in front of you. We've all talked to you behind the scenes and talked about us getting it, and he'll give you an update on it.
So thank you, Brett, Council Mayor. A couple of years ago when we started the Herriman Police Department, you'll all remember that we registered with the LISO, which is Law Enforcement Support Office. And Councilman Shields, you weren't here for this, but you may have been listening. So we wanted to get registered with them quickly because our intent was to try and get a hardened vehicle. And sometimes you wait a long time. And unfortunately, we got a call a couple months ago from LISO, which was working with the 1033 program, which is the local office of LISO here that's run by the National Guard. We were told that there was a hardened engineered vehicle ready for us in South Carolina. It would cost us $7,500 to get it transported here. And we moved forward with that as we had talked about previously. So just really quickly, it is a big vehicle. And it now is flat black and says police on it. It came to us kind of a tan color. We wanted to make sure we got that off. Oftentimes people will look at this and have certain beliefs about them being a tank. It is not a tank. It has wheels on it. It doesn't have a cannon. It doesn't have guns. In fact, it has no mounted weapon systems from the military at all, nor have we ever asked for any weapons from the military, nor will we. So just to let you know, that's kind of what we're looking at. It's specialized equipment. It's used for certain reasons, and we'll go through some of those. But at the end of the day, it's used to make sure that we can get citizens in and out of places that they may be, and officers in and out of places that they may be, where they're either under fire or they're being threatened in another way. Recently, I've had personal experience with one being utilized in my neighborhood that was of great assistance because it kept many holes from ending up in my house. So a much longer story that I can tell you probably individually, but I have come to both love them for what it did in my personal life and also my professional life for what they did to keep our officers safe. And as you know, you've all watched the news, they came under pretty heavy fire, and thank goodness they had a system like that to keep them from being harmed. Most of the vehicle equipment usage would be as a rescue unit, an evac unit, a mass event unit for something that may be happening like we witnessed in Las Vegas, where we would take it out into an open field for open field movement and protection of officers in that setting. But also citizen protection. We have used them locally numerous times to evacuate citizens from their homes during, terrible situations where there's shots fired in the neighborhood. we'd continue to use it for that purpose. But that is not to say that we won't use it for an active shooter situation where we may actually deploy from the weapon system, right? We may deploy a weapon system from it, rather. And that would be an active shooter at schools. We've seen very recently down on Lone Peak where we had an active shooter in a school, and those pieces of equipment come in to provide the safety for the kids as well, right? And for the folks that are being deployed to that area. One of the advantages to the hardened weapon or the hardened systems that we have is that it's set up for almost natural disaster. It has an exhaust and intake system that's elevated so that you can take it in and out of flooded zones, into fire zones, into earthquake areas that have been disrupted. Travel's been disrupted, and we're able to get in and out of those because of its size and ability for what it was originally designed for. So probably just open it up to questions if you have any. I would like to mention that we were lucky in the one we got. And what that means is sometimes you get whatever you get and they're not good. In this case, the one we received had 200 miles on it, and actually the seats were still wrapped in plastic. So for us, what that means is quite possibly a 15 to a 20-year piece of equipment for us. And we were fortunate in how we received that. So what questions do you have on it?
So what nights, how are we going to rotate which council person gets to drive it on which night?
Well, speaking of driving, there are a few of us that are certified to drive that type of equipment, and we will make sure that others are. We have a policy that's being created for this. And again, it technically is assigned to the investigations division. However, we will have people throughout the agency that will be able to drive it because it's not just for tactical deployment. It may be that we do need it to during a natural disaster. And so we want people outside of that type of system that could operate it. However, I will say this, it does have to be operated by a law enforcement officer. As you can imagine, it needs to have that control system around it. But we'll set up a schedule.
So what you're saying is we all get a chauffeur. I'm just kidding.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We'll bring it around.
You know what you have to do.
Right.
So tell me what the designation that you guys are calling it right now, the TRV?
Yeah. So it's we wanted to indicate what we would actually use it for. And it's a response vehicle that we use mostly during tactical situations. So it's a tactical response vehicle. But again, that doesn't mean that we're not going to use it during a natural disaster or for anything else we may need it for.
Okay, no questions. I'll move on so we can try to get out of here before midnight. I want Wendy to cover fall cleanup. There she is. She's back from picking up M, so.
I am. So as Councilmember Orrin mentioned earlier, Wasatch Front Waste and Recycling is doing a dumpster program via registration. Our residents will receive postcards in the mail. They can go online and register for their dumpster. We are going to do one in tandem with them at Butterfield Park like we did with the spring cleanup. We will not have a registration system, but this will provide residents that maybe don't have access to the dumpster, or aren't able to register for one, or don't have the space for one in their area to come and still do their cleanup at Butterfield Park. Our cleanup will be September 21st to September 26th and September 29th to October 3rd. And we will accept some more items than we did in the spring, such as appliances. Justin and his team have been working really hard on getting the plan together and working with communications to get the information out to residents. So you should be seeing that soon. That's really it. Are there any questions about this program for the fall?
Well, we all have confidence you'll do a great job. Thank you.
They will.
All right, I have a few other updates for you that make the list earlier, but they've made my list in ink. So here we go. 13200 South, we've been talking about this through the development, Mountain Ridge development, that agreement. We'd build that road right here out of the town center going over to Mountain View Corridor, ties into the Mountain Village. We actually got the documentation from UDOT to be able to tie into that stormwater and tie into Mountain View just recently. We'll get that signed probably tomorrow and get it back up to UDOT to get their signatures, and then we can get the Rosecrest mobilized up, and they'll get going on that road right away. So you're keeping up with your promise you made at that time. Also, I want to put a shout out to economic development. I think we talked a lot about earlier. Your team is actually doing a lot of good things out there. You know, Shop Around program has been phenomenal, been widely accepted throughout the state. Also, your businesses here are thrilled to death that you would take that COVID money and put it towards help them economically. And just recently, they delivered a whole bunch of kits to every business, of sanitizer, masks, a thermometer, and some of those touchless thermometers and stuff. And they're just doing a fantastic job. Also, that business retention, that's why they work so hard on that. But we'll let you know that they were very successful working with, and I might have Tammy announce this name because I might mess it up. It's LaGarnacha? How'd I say it? LaGarnacha or whatever?
LaGarnacha.
That word. They're going to occupy the Knots on Main building, and we actually got to sample the food about a couple months ago, and I will say that they stayed very attentive to the project. It was kind of touch and go whether it's going to be able to get that under a lease agreement with the property owner, and that was just made it successful just this last little while. In fact, we got a ribbon cutting scheduled for that with their business August 24th, I believe it is. So they are working hard out and trying to bring these restaurants and stuff that Steve talked about and doing these things, and it takes a lot of work and effort. And I really applaud what they're doing and their efforts. And you need to wait until you taste this food. It's really good. They come and fed our policemen after all the riots and stuff to kind of show appreciation to them. So anyway, going forward, we've actually had, this has actually been something we preached out here in Herriman from day one, and we've had a few issues come up that goes against our principles and policy in place as administration. We teach and train our people that if they get an issue brought to them by a resident, the program is called First Contact, and Troy reminded me that's in First Blood, believe it or not. So First Contact, it's their job to take care of it and walk it through, make sure it gets followed up on. Meaning only they're the expert, but they just listen to the resident's issue and they make sure it is followed through and we don't drop balls that way. So I want you to know that program's out, we're actually pushing it hard again because we've hired a lot of new people, maybe we're not familiar with it. So I think it's a good time we're pushing hard and getting that out to our people to make sure we're taking care of our residents in the best way possible.
Brett, if I could just make one quick statement there. I don't have anybody in particular that I'm calling out or anything like this, but I want to make it absolutely clear. If I get another report that a Herriman City employee has told a resident that the city council doesn't care about their problem, I'm going to be pissed off, and I will find out who did it, and I will come down on them. Yeah. Don't say that crap to residents ever again.
We feel strongly about that ourselves, and we understand if we got employees saying those things, that's not to our likes, not part of our culture. It's not what we try to teach them and tell them. And if they don't know the answer, I get it. They may not know how to solve the problem and don't have to push it to council. We have people in place that can get that rolling and solve it. Like the one we've been working with recently. 5-6 years of history, and I never heard about it. I was a little upset. Okay, and so was Troy. So that's why Troy just took it out and he's been running with that. So, you know, we've had that program, but we need to always push that through our management and from all levels. So they're very clear on that. I don't care what the request is or what the issue is. That first contact, you follow through with it as an employee. Don't push it off to somebody else. You take care of it, make sure it gets walked through. Okay? So the other things I have is the state is looking at going out for a bond. We just got notice about this towards the end of last week, maybe Monday. They kind of blend together with COVID, right? So what I'm getting at is the state is, believe it or not, thinking about going out for that bond they said they weren't going to go out for, to put money into roads into the state and projects. And these are the projects, they're actually asking for a letter for us support for that. And everything we just talked about transportation-wise, we keep saying we want the state to take control and help us out with our infrastructure out here. To me, this is an opportunity where we either want to or we don't want to. We got to make that decision. But they're talking about 134 on Bangor, of getting that done, putting that part of the funding, build Mountain View corridor from end of Herriman all the way into Lehigh. Bangor, 9800 South in Bangor, improving that intersection. They talking about U-111 from Old Bingham Highway, tying it back around the Herriman Main Street. They've talked about Bangor 2 Mountain View corridor, which is mostly Riverton, but we're part of a partner there of not only improving that, but also owning and maintaining that. And they've talked about taking over and moving, they can't do it without our permission, but taking the Mountain View corridor to tie into 111 on Main Street, on Herriman Boulevard up to 111. And we're a city out there, when I look at that one piece, 114th, 104 South and South Jordan, those were built and widened by the state of Utah, and then they pay South Jordan, believe it or not, to snowplow and those things. So that's something I would look at if we get that nod from the council to give a letter of support. We don't know if that actually will go through, but that's a lot of money they're talking about putting out in this southwest area. And we keep talking about the state needs to step up and help us with our transportation needs, and I think they're trying to. And lastly of all, they're talking about some transit improvements. I'm not sure what those are. We didn't have a list of those. So
when you do get a list of both the roads and the transit, will you send it to us?
Say that again louder.
When you do get a list of both the details of what they're proposing for transportation.
When did I?
And transit.
We're asking for the full list.
Can you send it to us?
I just got an email on it. I think either this morning or yesterday morning, I can't remember, they're in a blur. We actually reached out to Senator Dan McKay because he was more familiar with it, and he gave us a list. I'll get that list to you all so it's very clear to you. You want me to do that tonight, or can I wait until in the morning?
By the time we're done, it's going to be morning, so wait till the morning.
I probably can, by the way.
Hey, Brett, I'll just really quickly just want to say I heard a little bit about this as well. Obviously, if the state's going after funding for transportation, I'd love to have something from us that, you know, supports them prioritizing that money to, you know, transportation infrastructure that helps us out in our area. So, like I say, I certainly want to see the full list, but again, not knowing exactly, there's going to be a litany of projects on there, obviously, that they're targeting. But like I say, a lot of those that you mentioned that give us infrastructure help within the South End, I would be in support of asking them to prioritize that money in our direction.
You got it. But
Brett,
I will get this list to you in just a few seconds.
Just one point of clarification, because I saw just a quick email that they're considering it, quote, a bond. What we've talked about in previous legislative sessions and even with the Southwest Visioning Study is that the state has kind of an excess bonding capacity currently, right? So meaning that they could bond for however much without increasing, hopefully without increasing taxes was my understanding, but also their credit rating. So are they saying that they would use that excess capacity without raising taxes, or are they going to propose this with a tax increase?
We have not been briefed on that at all. These is projects as part of the bond. The other thing, there was one more project on there. Oh, that 6600 West that we got funded for out of the state to build, they pulled that money, and that will probably be back on the table to tie in Rose Canyon Road to Butterfield Parkway. I'll add that to the list.
Verify that again. You said that they did take that money back.
Pardon me?
They did take that money back on that tie-in project?
They
That
did,
bridge?
they did. The money they were actually starting to consider is the money we had up on Herriman Boulevard, and we've actually satisfied the state about we're waiting for certain things on storm water and the alignment for 111 before we can build that small section, which is the bridge over the drainage up there off Herriman Boulevard, but they was actually looking at pulling that back as well. Hey, if there's no other questions of me, I am done. I'll get this going. There's no other questions.
Awesome. I'll accept a motion to move to closed session.
For those two purposes.
I put
I'll make
everything
a
away.
motion. Sorry. I'll make a motion to temporarily recess the city council meeting to convene in closed session for the purpose to discuss pending or reasonable imminent litigation and the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property as provided by Utah Code annotated 52-4-205.
I'll
Second that motion.
Okay. Excuse me, I have a motion by Sherry, second by Steve. Clint?
Yes.
Jared?
What if I say no? I want to go home.
Say no.
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Jerry?
Yes.
And just to make Jared happy, I'll say yes. So we are in closed session. For those who may be participating electronically, we will be ending our streaming. We will have to briefly return into our regular session simply to close the meeting, but we will take no further action in an open session. So thank you for your participation.